Hello, YouTube peoples. I'm Insane Lane, and welcome to Bad Erotica Book Club. Thank you all for being here on this Saturday night. I hope you got snow. I did. It's wonderful. It's daylight, though. Couldn't have snowed on Christmas? Come on. But it snowed yesterday. It's still here. It snowed a little bit this morning. We didn't get what we were promised because it was coming down thick and heavy for good couple hours. So I was really thinking we were going to get a couple feet at least, but we didn't. Like maybe 1 foot, but I'm in southern Ontario. That's nothing. Hello, Persnickety. Good to see you. Give Sasha some love for me. So, we went through a couple chapters last week. We burned it in some places. I do have the burn list in front of me. I forgot the screaming pillow. I've been so chicken with my head cut off today. I've been dealing with so much stress the last couple days, I can't think straight. I knew I should have checked my list. We have everything else. We'll be good. I will find something to bite on and scream at if I need to. But I have the burn list. So far, there's 4 things on it. When these words occur, we will torch them because I said so, and it's my channel. So, last week we did have a falling off the deep end into the plot where head of crime family guy who is not Vin Diesel's character from Fast and the Furious, but he has a very similar name, kidnapped a woman. Several days went missing. We were informed that he had drugged her and she slept for 2 days, and something about her having a heart condition, though she never confirms that. Nor is it stated, like, what it is or how he would know that. Apparently she's very prone to anxiety attacks when seeing somebody getting shot in the head. He laid out the rules of basically, I demand that you fall in love with me, and if you try to escape, I'll kill your family. We're supposed to believe he has the reach to do this because he had pictures of her family. I don't believe it. Both because it's too much, it's too cheesy, and it's just the amount of people and effort that it would take. But he does seem to have a very large mansion full of people willing to be complicit in the kidnap and imprisonment of a woman. We've seen some of his mafioso underlings and some people who I guess just work for him. He's got an extreme temper. He's incredibly violent. He burst into her. He took her shopping, which the book even admitted was the Pretty Woman shopping scene, and he didn't like her trying on lingerie in a changing room out of his sight. So he burst in and violently assaulted her, claiming that, don't wear that in front of me or whatever when she was in a change room out of his sight. They then had dinner together where she proved she has no sense of self-preservation at all because she wore a see-through dress with lingerie under it to dinner with him. Because he promises that he will not sexually touch her until she really, really wants him to. Which, how would you ever believe that in this scenario? Yes, Netflix made a movie out of this. That's true. They did a Netflix, all 3 of them, I believe. Yeah, I didn't know until recently they were Netflix productions, but they are. Yeah, because I looked up to see who had the rights. And yeah, Netflix made all 3 of them. I haven't seen any of them. We're doing this blind, so no spoilers. If you know how the book ends or if my prediction that I posted is true, please don't tell me. I don't want to know. I'm reading this blind, so that's how it is. No cheating. But we will put up all of the warnings because we need all of the warnings because this book is really bad. And it doesn't hold back. And I'm all for graphic content. I really am. I fully support writing whatever you want, but be aware of it. The fact that this is spun into some kind of love story and that there's 2 more books where I assume she eventually does or claims to fall in love with him and they wind up together and that's why there's 2 more books. Like, own what you are. If you want to say this is a dark, tragic tale of how, an evil monster can corrupt a beautiful, innocent woman and twist her mind until she's in love with him and, she's living this dark, romantic life with him, fine, write that. That sounds awesome. But don't pretend it's something else. So, other than the shopping, I'm trying to remember if anything else happened. Oh, the other thing that stood out to me was we're told at first that it's been 2 days, then she goes back to sleep for another day, but then when they go out seemingly on the same day, he suddenly says that it's been 6 days. So I was kind of like, what? Did we miss 3 days? What happened? I think we missed 3 days. But book tends to skip over important scenes because we didn't see her getting kidnapped either. Which, again, this is partly what leads to my theory. But I may be giving book and author far, 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 far too much credit by thinking that, those scenes are not just missing due to incompetence or bad writing or both. But we shall see. We've got another roughly 200-ish pages to go. At least these are short. I can give them that. At least they're short. But for now, all rise for the national anthem, please.
If you're still struggling with consent, just imagine instead of initiating sex, you're making them a cup of tea. You say, "Hey, would you like a cup of tea?" And they go, "Oh my God, I would love a cup of tea, thank you." Then you know they want a cup of tea. If you say, "Hey, would you like a cup of tea?" And they're like, I'm not really sure. Then you can make them a cup of tea, or not, but be aware that they might not drink it. And if they don't drink it, then, and this is the important bit, don't make them drink it. Just because you made it doesn't mean you're entitled to watch them drink it. And if they say, "No thank you," then don't make them tea. At all. Just don't make them tea. Don't make them drink tea, don't get annoyed at them for not wanting tea. They just don't want tea, okay? They might say, "Yes please, that's kind of you." And then when the tea arrives, they actually don't want the tea at all. Sure, that's kind of annoying as you've gone to all the effort of making the tea, but they remain under no obligation to drink the tea. They did want tea, now they don't. Some people change their mind in the time it takes to boil the kettle, brew the tea, and add the milk. And it's okay for people to change their mind, and you are still not entitled to watch them drink it. And if they are unconscious, don't make them tea. Unconscious people don't want tea, and they can't answer the question, "Do you want tea?" because they're unconscious. Okay, maybe they were conscious when you asked them if they wanted tea, and they said yes, but in the time it took you to boil the kettle or brew the tea and add the milk, they are now unconscious. You should just put the tea down, make sure the unconscious person is safe, and this is the important part again, don't make them drink the tea. They said yes then, sure, but unconscious people don't want tea. If someone said yes to tea, started drinking it, and then passed out before they'd finished it, don't keep on pouring it down their throat. Take the tea away. Make sure they are safe, because unconscious people don't want tea. Trust me on this. If someone said yes to tea around your house last Saturday, that doesn't mean they want you to make them tea all the time. They don't want you to come around to their place unexpectedly and make them tea and force them to drink it going, "But you wanted tea last week," or to wake up to find you pouring tea down their throat going, "But you wanted tea last night." If you can understand how completely ludicrous it is to force people to have tea when they don't want tea, and you are able to understand when people don't want tea, then how hard is it to understand when it comes to sex? Whether it's tea or sex, consent is everything. And on that note, I'm going to make myself a cup of tea.
Alrighty then. Let's get going. I'm going to leave the screen share up for now because we have burn video for later. I know a couple people told me they were going to be late, so we're going to leave the burn video till a little later when everyone can be here. But we still have plenty to do. I'm having such winter frizzy hair. Ugh. I just get wolf hair and it won't do anything. Like, no matter how much I brush it, my hair can just not be tamed. Oh, and I thought my lips looked so good, and now they're crooked. Yeah, I gotta fix that because it's gonna drive my OCD insane. First, we will introduce the ducks, of course, our very nearly full pantheon of ducks. We only have 6 ducks left to join the stage, and then we will be acquiring new ducks. I've already sourced them. I know where they are coming from. I haven't ordered them yet because haven't, but soon there will be a new influx of ducks, and I will need new paint ideas. So for now we have Ralph, Charlotte, Steve, Paddington, Caspian, Inspector Clouseau, Dumbo, Sally, Bill, Xavier, Eloise, Pongo, Mitch, Salsu, Bob with 2 B's, Sasha, Bartholomew, Alex, Chuckles, Melman, Naruto, Jeremy DeWitt, Cinemark, Jeeves, Ellen Tudyk, Playboy, Jethro, Gilbert, Vixen, Dennis, Rosie, House, Susie, Wolfie, Russell, Mark, Glacial, Cicero, Phoebe Halliwell, John Glenn, Little Chickadoo, Blaze, and Ferguson. I remembered all their names. I was so sure I was going to forget the last 4 because they're new. Hi, Cerebellum. We're so glad that you're here. You made it to the duck roll call. That's good. That counts. Please ignore me while I fix my lipstick because it's crooked and it's bothering me because I'm like that. And then I will get on to introducing our painted ducks that still need to join our pantheon of ducks. Why does it look off? Brain, stop doing a thing. Okay, my lips look crooked. We'll deal with it. But these are our painted ducks. If anybody wants to help a girl out with things like groceries and keeping the lights on, there is a link up top to my PayPal where you can do that for $10. We have these painted ducks. Please specify if you sponsor a painted duck which one. They are Chicken Jockey Duck, Mr. Spock Duck, Scuba Diver Duck, Flounder Duck, Cupid Duck, and Orion Slave Girl Duck. Yes, I like Star Trek. How did you know? So we have our painted ducks for $10 each. If you would like to sponsor one, please let me know which one. You get to name it, and it will be added to our pantheon of ducks, where it will remain in its honored position for the rest of its life. So really, quite a good investment. For $25, I have these very real police issue handcuffs that I will put on for 20 pages, approximately, roughly half the night. For $50, I'll wear them all night. We have a key inside the pouch. There's also a key string around the monitor because we practice safety here. And as these are not safety cuffs, we have a key within reach at all times because safety. These are real cuffs. And I like them tight. These are my personal favorite. For $50, if anybody wants to see me get tipsy, we will start drinking in about 45 minutes because my God, do I need a drink tonight? That's what I forgot. Fuck. I meant to eat Tums like an hour ago and I forgot. Damn it, because it's not part of my book club routine, so it wasn't in my head. I need to write that down or something. Like on my pregame system, because I can't drink before book club. That was my other thing I really wanted to do was I wanted to drink about 3 of these before we started, but probably not a good idea. But we will be starting drinking promptly at 9 o'clock. So for $50, you can make me chug this much wine in one go, and you will have my eternal gratitude tonight. Of all nights, tonight you will have my eternal gratitude if you help me get really fucked up on stream. Or for $100, if you're insane, I have a bra with spikes in it that I will turn the camera off, put on, and wear for the rest of the evening. They do not cause bleeding, they're just uncomfortable and slightly painful. In other words, they're the perfect level of fun. And I have way too many people not believe me that I own a spiked bra, and I've shown it on screen so many times. It's like, yeah, it's a real thing. I made it. It wasn't that hard. You punch holes, you put the spikes in, they screw in. It's very easy. And the spikes are cheap. I keep saying I'm going to make a cushion to match it, but we need to get a lot more spikes. All right, so we're on chapter 5. Let's see. Oh, and I need to remember to do more highlighting because we gotta have something to burn at the end, though I probably am going to burn the entire book. I'm looking into ways to safely do that. My bathroom smells extremely burned right now because we have the longest burn video I think I've ever made tonight. It's like 4.5 minutes. And my voice is not sped up to where I sound like a chipmunk, so you can really clearly hear all the things. But the music's great, and I think I got the editing right. So, hopefully that's good. All right. Chapter. When I woke up, it was already bright outside. I felt someone's hand laying heavy on my waist. Massimo was sleeping next to me. Oh, the level of creep. Curled into a ball, his arm around me. I'd be like freaking the hell out. Because you know he's armed. I would also take the gun and shoot him with it, making sure the safety's off. His hair fell over his face and his mouth was half open. He was breathing deeply and steadily. His tanned body, dressed the same as last morning. Who says last morning? Looked very pleasing, surrounded by white sheets. God, he's so hot, I thought. She doesn't have any appropriate thoughts to the situation. I thought, licking my lips and inhaling the scent of his skin. See, and again, we're in third person. So if she is the like stand-in author writing this later, my theory makes way more sense. That's all well and good, but what is he even doing here? I was afraid to move, to wake him, and I had to go to the bathroom. I started to slip from under his arm, lifting it delicately. Massimo took a deep breath and turned over on his back. He was still asleep. I got up and headed to the bathroom, stopping in front of the mirror. I grimaced. Yesterday's makeup was smudged all over my face, resembling a Zorro mask now. The thin black dress I had on was crumpled and creased, and the intricate bun I had tied on my head last evening now looked like a bird's nest. Did he, like, knock her unconscious at the table or something? I thought she went to bed normal and therefore could have, like, taken the dress and the makeup off and taken the hair down. I really don't remember how she got into bed. Oh, she tried to run away. I forgot that. Well, kind of. Just great, I thought. Like, honestly, you're being held captive by a guy you saw murder somebody. Do you really care what you look like? I would have higher priorities. Wiping the black smudges around my eyes with a cotton pad. Done with that, I took off my clothes and went to the enormous shower. I turned the water on and poured some bath gel over my palm. The door slammed open suddenly. There we go. There we go. This is why you don't get in the shower. It was the man in black. He was ogling me, not even trying to act cool. Also, she knows his name. Why does she keep calling him in black? Unless it's two different people, which it's not. You know his name. Pick one. Like, good morning, baby girl. May I join you? So he's saying he's not going to touch her or have sex with her until she wants, but can I join you naked in the shower is okay. Do we think this is a guy who has problems with boundaries? Oh, yeah, he also basically told her that he's a violent monster and asked her to teach him how to be gentle, which I had on my predictions list, but for like way later. Ugh. I'm curious if the author thought she was writing like a reverse Taming of the Shrew. Because that kind of involves kidnapping. May I join you? He asked, rubbing the sleep off his eyes and smiling happily. At first, all I wanted was to rush at him, pummel him with my fist for what would have been the thousandth time, and throw him out. How about you just say no, fuck off? If he joins you anyway, at least you tried. But my experience of the last couple days told me that it would come down to nothing and only elicit an abrupt, violent, and unpleasant reaction. Fair point. Instead, I replied, spreading the soap over my body, sure, be my guest. I still wouldn't have done that. At best, if I was worried about him, like, punching me or slamming my head into the tiles or something like that, and I was actively trying to avoid that at this point, I would have said something like, why are you asking? You're going to do whatever you want anyway. You know? Massimo stopped rubbing his eyes, frowned, and froze, dumbfounded. He must have thought he misheard me. I had thrown him off balance. I couldn't change the fact that he had just gone in behind me and seen me naked, but at least I could take the chance to see him without his clothes, too. Wow, is that not where my mind is going? God, this woman is like way too horny, constantly. Slowly, Massimo approached the expansive shower, grabbed the shirt from the back of his neck, and tore it off with one fluid motion. I'm pretty sure you have to have several buttons undone and the cuffs undone for that move to actually work. I stood leaning against the wall, taking my time spreading the soap over my skin. All the time, my eyes didn't leave the man in black, and he in turn kept watching me. I realized I was staring and that my hands had been caressing my breast longer than necessary. Yeah, my theory isn't right. She's like, what's that thing? Why are words failing me? I know what this is called, but there's a medical thing. I can't remember whether it's a neurological disorder or hormone disorder or both. But there's a medical thing where you're like super horny all the time. Before I take my pants off, I have to warn you. I'm a man and it's morning. I think we've established both these facts. I know what he's referencing, but do we think a woman of her age doesn't know? She's lived with men before. I suspect she knows. And you're naked, so pretty sure that situation would be happening with or without her. He trailed off, shrugging nonchalantly and spreading his lips in a roguish smile. It's never not going to make me think of Han Solo hearing the word rogue. It's just not. My heart skipped a beat. Oh, also that episode of Star Trek. I thanked God I was under the shower. His words made me wet instantly. When had I last had sex? This lady, she is too much. She is just way too horny. I can't. She's way too horny. I asked myself. Martin had always treated it as a sporadic and unpleasant duty. So your boyfriend was gay? Like, if he had shown her pictures of Martin with another man instead of with another woman, then I believe it. Because that line makes him sound closeted as fuck. See? That would have been much better writing. Just change the pictures of the boyfriend to him being with a man. You know? Is it wrong to say this woman and her captor deserve each other? No. No, it is not, because they're both acting that way. Oh, my concealer is letting me down. Okay, just because it's probably going to show a little bit, I do have a tiny bit of a black eye still. I mentioned last week because I had a mark on my cheek, and it didn't bruise because I did it last Saturday, but then a bruise kind of came up. It's from a can hitting me in the face. I was getting it off a high shelf, and wham. For some reason, my kitchen is designed for people to be 10 feet tall, and I'm short, so. Getting stuff off the top shelf involves finding a long wooden spoon and, like, peeling around and then nudging it to the front, and usually I can, like, catch it as I knock it off, but I missed and it whammed me in the face. She does seem to really want to be there because she's been very impressed by all the hot guys, the expensive cars, the extremely expensive shopping trip. She was all for that. You know, all her stuff is there. You know, she's being pampered and spoiled. She's basically allowed to wander around the villa and do whatever she wants. There's a boat, you know, that he said she can go out on later, and like a lake to swim in. And so basically the place is like a luxury resort with personal servants just for her. Like, yes, it's a very gilded cage. But yeah, she doesn't seem to be unhappy. I hadn't been pleasured by anyone except myself for what felt like weeks. And I had just menstruated, so the hormones did their part in skyrocketing my libido. Wait, don't you usually get horny like pre-period, not post? Like that's my experience. Am I wrong? Those things tend to be fucked up with me, so there's every chance that I'm wrong. But I get horny as the period is about to happen, not after. After I'm leave me the fuck alone. I'm tired. This is torture, I muttered under my breath. She's the one saying this, not him. It should be him. I turned towards the shower head, turning the water temperature down until it became ice cold. Okay, that is a good trick. I was so aroused at the thought of seeing Massimo naked, I drew up on my toes on instinct. I I drew up my toes on instinct. Starting to think whoever edited this does not speak English. Because that's what it says. I was so aroused at the thought of seeing Massimo naked, I drew up my toes on instinct. You're missing at least one word there. And all my muscles started flexing. For my own good and safety, I closed my eyes and entered the freezing stream, pretending to wash the soap off. Unfortunately, the temperature of the water did nothing to cool down my titillation. Yeah, ice cold water on the tits will, yeah. Massimo entered the enormous cubicle and turned on the second shower head. There were 4 of those in total, not counting the gigantic water jet panel that looked like a bathroom radiator, only riddled with little holes. I will say I wanted to try this shower because it sounds amazing. "We're leaving today," the man in black said impassively. "We're going to be away for a couple days. Maybe weeks." Yeah, curled her toes cerebellum. I think that might have been what they were going for. It just came out really wrong. Yeah, I kind of thought that was maybe the vibe too, but just didn't come out right. How do you not know if you're going for a couple days or a couple weeks? There's kind of a big difference there. I don't know yet. We'll drop by some galas and parties, so take this into account while packing your things. Dominic will take care of everything. Just tell him what you need. Okay, so is she supposed to pack her own bags, or is she supposed to sit on a couch and point around the room while a servant does it for her? And seriously, you've had this woman in your possession for less than a week, and you're taking her to galas and parties where she could easily just go up to a random stranger and say, "May I borrow your cell phone? I'm being held hostage and would like to call the police." This makes negative sense. I heard him, but didn't really listen. I was still trying my best to keep my eyes closed. In the end, my curiosity won. I turned his way and saw Massimo standing with his arms propped up on the wall, letting the water flow freely down his naked body. The view was overwhelming. Oh God, we're gonna get like a 3-page description of every inch of this guy's body, and at least one is gonna be just his penis. His toned legs, beautiful shapely buttocks, and his muscled belly were all testament to the enormous work he had to do to keep his body in such perfect shape. Then my eyes stopped wandering and stopped on one particular point. Here we go. I saw what I had been fearing the most. I'm gonna die, aren't I? I'm gonna die. It's not even 9. I can't drink yet, and I'm gonna die. Ay. His beautiful, straight, and thick prick stood erect like a candle stuck in the birthday cake I had had back at the hotel. Because you know what I'm picturing. I'm picturing those little tiny 12 in a pack kids' birthday candles that are white with like a pink stripe wrapped around them. That's what I'm picturing. I know that's not what she's implying, but that's what I'm seeing, and it's better. It was perfect. Not too long, but as thick as my wrist, I'd be having concerns. How thick is your wrist? Like, I have big hands for a girl, but I think my wrists are pretty average size. Like, literally. If it's as big as your wrist, somebody's had enhancement surgery. Flawless. I stood in the cold stream, swallowing loudly. Massimo's eyes remained closed, his face upturned. He was turning his head this way and that, allowing water to rinse his hair. Yeah, I'm sure he knows she's looking, though. But, oh dear God, like, dear God, that is awful. I didn't even look ahead to see where to stop tonight. Okay. So that should put us about 110. Yeah, okay. So we're going to get to around like 110 tonight. We haven't hit page count once yet. But I did say I might need to adjust because new book and things read at different speeds. Uh, excuse me. Then he bent his arms and leaned against the wall with his elbows so that his head left the stream of water. You want something, or are you just watching? Massimo asked, his eyes still shut. Like you didn't want her to be watching. What are you doing in here otherwise? There's like a million other showers in this place. My heart was pounding like crazy. I couldn't take my eyes off of him. In my thoughts, I was cursing the moment I had allowed him to join me in that fucking shower. Though truth be told, my protestations would have probably amounted to nothing. My body was rebelling against me, every cell in it yearning to touch him. That would so not be my instinct. I licked my lips, wondering how it would feel to have him in my mouth. Girl, stop. I imagined myself standing behind him. How much detail is she going into? I imagined myself standing behind him, water dripping from my body, and grabbing his manhood in my hand, tightening my fingers around him, and him moaning in ecstasy, aroused by my touch. I turn him around and push him against the wall. Then I take a step closer, my hand never leaving his rock hard cock. Is rock hard hyphenated or two words? I'm pretty sure it's two words. Slowly, I licked his nipples and traced my fingers up his dick to the very tip and then back to its base. I feel him getting even harder and his hips starting to rock gently to the rhythm of my strokes. Your expression, Laura, tells me you're not thinking about the things you're going to pack for our trip. So he's catching her being horny and drooling over him. Like, is this a world where magic horny drugs exist and he's been giving them to her? Like, is she on a steady diet of, like, MDMA? Or ecstasy or some combination thereof? Because I've heard those can make people, like, you know, love everyone, super horny kind of feelings. I don't know from experience, but from what I've been told. I shook my head as if I'd just woken up and was trying to drive off a lingering dream. Massimo was standing in the same position with his elbows against the wall. The only difference was that now he was watching me, clearly enjoying himself. I panicked and couldn't think of anything to say. The only thing I could think of was sucking his dick. Ugh. It's two words. Thank you, Cerebellum. Book thinks it's hyphenated. My panic lured him, like a wounded animal attracts a predator. Massimo started heading towards me, and I was doing everything I could to keep my eyes trained on his. He closed the distance between us in 3 steps. That was good. The object of my obsession vanished from my field of view. Unfortunately, the feeling of relief didn't last. He stopped right in front of me. His erect phallus delicately touched my belly. So much for, him saying he's going to stay away from her until she wants him, because he hasn't done that at all. I withdrew, but he followed me. Each 2 steps I took, he only had to take one to get close again. Despite the shower being so big, I knew there wasn't much space left behind me. When I reached the wall, the man in black pressed against me. So now this is why I put up the warnings that I put up. Can I drink yet? No, 20 minutes? Who designed time? I know it was one of mine. What did you think about looking at it? He asked, leaning over me. You want to touch it? For now, it is touching you. This guy needs to die. I wasn't able to reply. I opened my mouth, but no words came out. I stood there, defenseless, dizzy, and drunk with lust. He rubbed against me, pressing harder against my belly. The steady pressure grew rhythmic, pulsating. Massimo moaned, leaned his leaned his forehead on the wall behind me. He's literally using her stomach to jerk himself off. Can I die now? Okay, regretting that I didn't remember the Tums. I'll do it with your help or without it, he breathed. There we go. There we go. Anyone ever criticizes me for calling him a rapist, I'm pointing at this scene. And the first one. Should we keep an essay tally on this guy? We're up to what, 3? 4? It might be 4. Okay, literally my stomach is clenching so hard it hurts. I couldn't resist anymore. I clutched at his buttocks. Are they going to do it in the shower, like, on day, 7? Because where do you go after that? You've given in. You're nothing. You're a fuck doll, and apparently fine with that. And again, if that's the point of the story, fine. But that's not supposed to be the point. As I sunk my nails into his skin, he growled with delight. With a firm motion, I turned around and pushed him against the wall. His hands fell loosely along his body. His eyes were alight with desire. I knew that I had to stop right now. If I didn't, I wouldn't be able to control myself, and I'd do something I'd regret later. You're not regretting anything so far? I spun around and rushed out. I grabbed a bathrobe on the way and threw it over myself, running through the door. I kept running down the corridor, even though I couldn't hear his steps behind me, only stopping when I passed the garden and stairs leading to the little marina. Gasping for air, I jumped onto the motorboat and collapsed onto one of the couches. She makes negative sense to me. Trying to catch my breath, I analyzed what happened. The images in my head weren't going to allow me to think clearly. The only thing I could see was Massimo's gorgeous, erect cock. Ladies in the chat, not asking for anyone's number, but have you ever seen a penis and the words beautiful or gorgeous are what came to mind? Just yes or no. I could almost taste it in my mouth, feel the touch of its delicate skin in my hand. I don't have the slightest idea how long I stayed in that boat staring out into the sea, but at some point I gathered my wits and returned to the residence. I deny she has any wits together. Carefully opening the door to my bedroom, I saw Dominic arranging giant Louis Vuitton travel bags. Where is Massimo? I asked in a whisper, sticking my head into the room. The young Italian raised his eyes and smiled. The library, I'd wager. Would you like me to take you to him? He's currently talking to his consigliere, but I was instructed to take you to him whenever you'd like. I entered the room and closed the door behind me. Now you put something heavy in front of it. Adrenaline makes you do weird things. This is true. But does it make you horny for a guy who's kidnapped you? Uh, oh, believe me, I don't want that, I replied, waving my hands at him. Did he tell you to pack my things? Dominic didn't interrupt his work. You're leaving in an hour, so I thought you could use some help, miss. Unless you don't want me to. He gave her an hour to pack for like a 2-week trip. What a jerk. Stop calling me miss. I can't stand it. Besides, we're probably the same age, so let's skip the formalities. Dominic smiled and nodded, signaling his consent. Can you tell me where we're going? I asked. To Napoli, Rome, and Venice, he replied. Then the Côte d'Azur. That was mentioned in 50 Shades in the honeymoon. I'm sure of it. The Côte d'Azur. I'm sure of it. That is a lot of traveling. I opened my eyes wider, surprised. I'd never been to all those places. I hadn't seen so many places in my whole life. Do you know what we're to do in each of those places? I asked. I'd like to know what to take with me. These are reasonable questions. Dominic stopped what he was doing and walked over to the closet. I do, in fact, but I was told not to spoil it for you. Don Massimo will make everything clear in time. I'll help you pick the right outfits, don't worry. Well, given that she's hardly got anything here and they could be gone for weeks, just pack everything. Like, because her stuff from home hasn't arrived yet. All she's got is what she had at the hotel and what they bought yesterday. So, yeah, I'm going with pack everything. He winked at me. Fashion is something of a hobby to me. Yeah, this guy's definitely gay. That's why he's being trusted to be around her alone. Because even if she puts the moves on him, trying to be like, hey, help me escape, I'll make it worth your while, he won't because she's not his type. I bet you anything that we get told that at some point. I trust you fully if that's the case. We only have an hour to prepare. Let's get to it, shall we? I am so not being helpful with this. You're holding me hostage. You can do the work. I don't care. Dominic nodded and disappeared into the cavernous closet. I can has words. I went into the bathroom, which was still filled with the scent of lust. My stomach cramped. I can't do it, I thought. I went back to the bedroom, crossed the room, and went into the closet, calling out to Dominic. Have my things from Warsaw arrived yet? Like overnight? How close is Warsaw to Sicily? The man opened one of the large armoires and pointed his hand at a heap of boxes. Yes, but Don Massimo asked me to tell you not to wear those. Okay. Yes, persnickety, yes, I was trying not to gag as well because, yeah. Also, they're going to high fashion places. There'll be more shopping. Just pack it all. Yeah. Yeah. Me and Sarabella were like, we got this. You pack everything. And then we know he's rich and you're going to some of the fashion capitals of the world. There'll definitely be more shopping. I mean, I would insist on it. So he brought her things from home but doesn't want her wearing them, which this could be a sign of him like trying to remove her former identity because her former things will make her feel like herself and home, and he doesn't want that. So maybe her things from home stay in the boxes until he's sure that he has her brainwashed enough, and he opens one of the boxes and holds out a blouse and goes like, do you even remember this? And she doesn't, and tells him to get rid of it all because it doesn't belong to her anymore. Yes, I'm making future predictions. This is how I'm keeping my brain from melting out of my ears. Also psychologically, that's a good tactic and a good way to test if you really have completely replace somebody's personality. Great, I thought. Can you leave me for a second? Before I managed to turn around, I was alone. I threw myself at the boxes, searching for the only thing I really needed right now. My pink three-pronged best friend. She's going for a sex toy. We're about to have a masturbation scene. Girl, this is not the time. You've got like 45 minutes. After some 15 minutes, so now you have a half an hour, of frantic searching through dozens of boxes, I finally had it. Wow, they really packed everything. I breathed with relief, hiding my trophy in the pocket of the bathrobe. I hurried back to the bathroom. I've never heard it called that, Sarah Hellum. Is this a reference to a movie or something that I don't know? I mean, I've never named any of mine. I would run out of names. Though my favorite one died like a couple months ago. Okay, when things say they are waterproof, they should be honest about that because it broke because it got wet. They have not been able to replace it, which is sad for me. I never heard that. I love it. It's perfect. It's absolutely perfect. I so love that. That was absolutely perfect. I'm going to remember that for the rest of my life. All the while, Dominic stayed on the balcony awaiting my signal. Crossing the room, I nodded to him and returned to the closet. I took out the pink toy and watched it thoroughly. It really was my best friend at the moment. I let out a soft moan in anticipation. Never have I ever. Taking a look around the bathroom, I searched for the perfect place. I liked to masturbate laying down. I could never do it in a rush or when I felt uncomfortable. The bedroom would be best, but my assistant's presence would only distract me. I'm sorry, are you saying you are capable of masturbating in front of other people? But like you're short on time? What? And you're not worried about him seeing you do that? Like, was did we actually learn what her career was? Because she said she just left her job, but did we know what her job was? There was a modern white chaise lounge in the corner of the bathroom, though. It wouldn't be the most comfortable spot, but it would have to do. I was desperate enough to lie on the floor anyway. Yeah, that's not gonna happen. In a rush, like when your captor wants to leave for the airport in 5 minutes. Yeah! Because by now she's gotta be under 20 minutes by now. He's gonna walk in on her doing this. You know this. That's what's gonna happen. She can't feel rushed, but you're short on time. And no, we didn't know what her job is. Maybe she's a porn star. I'm just putting it out there. It would make some of the things make sense. And I would think Shays Lounge is actually a pretty good place to do that because you got back support and it's long. And usually they're pretty wide too. So, yeah, Shays Lounge, good place for it. The chaise was surprisingly soft and perfectly suited to my body. I untied the bathrobe, letting it slip to the sides of my body, and reclined, naked and yearning for orgasm. I licked 2 fingers and slid them inside me to reduce the friction. Amazingly, I was still so wet it proved completely unnecessary. I switched the vibrator on and slipped its middle prong into my pulsating snatch. Wow, is that now one of my favorite words for vagina? As the thickest part slid deeper into me, the second protrusion, shaped like a bunny, entered my back door. Wow, she's just going ham. My body spasmed. I shivered, knowing it wouldn't take me long to slake my desire. The third part of the rubber companion vibrated the hardest, caressing my puffed up clitoris. Again, we seem to think puffed up is hyphenated. I closed my eyes. There was only one image in my head, and I wouldn't want it any other way. We know what it is. It was Massimo in the shower, holding his beautiful cock in his hands. My stomach is fucking killing me from the clenching. I really gotta Google how to make that not happen. There's gotta be a way. There's gotta be some kind of tea or something to make your stomach not clench when you're trying not to be violently ill. I have faith in the power of science, herbs, and drugs. One of them will come through for me. The first orgasm came after only a couple of seconds. That doesn't sound enjoyable. The next waves came in increments of half a minute at most. After a short while, I was so exhausted I had difficulty pulling the pink vibrator out and brought my legs together. So what, she just orgasmed like 8 or 9 times? Like, seriously? 30 minutes later, I was standing in front of the mirror packing my cosmetics into one of the leather bags. Okay, so it's definitely been more than an hour. Like, there's no way. It's been like way more than an hour. I glanced at my reflection. I looked nothing like the woman I had been just a week ago. Here we go, here we go. My skin was tanned, healthy and fresh. I tied my hair into a neat bun, lined my eyes delicately, and applied some dark lip gloss. Dominic picked a white Chanel outfit for our trip. Long, wide, off-white pants made out of paper-thin silk, blended with a delicate flowy shirt with wide shoulder straps, giving the impression of being single, being a single, with the impression of being a single, unbroken overall. Okay, I think I get what they're going for, but like, the peep-toe Prada stilettos complemented the outfit perfectly. Your things are packed, Dominic said, passing me my bag. I'd like to see Massimo now. He hasn't finished his meeting yet, but then he will, I snapped disdainfully before leaving the room. The library was one of those rooms whose location I had committed to memory. I headed down the corridor, and the patter of my stilettos reverberated from the stone floor. As I reached the right door, I took a deep breath and pulled on the handle. I went inside and felt a shiver run down my spine. I hadn't been here since my first conversation with the man in black, only a while after waking from my deep sleep. Massimo was sitting on the couch. He wore a light linen suit and an unbuttoned shirt. Next to him sat a man with a graying hair, very handsome and a lot older than Massimo. A typical Italian, I thought. Longish hair combed back and a well-groomed goatee. Seeing me, both men jumped to their feet. The first look I got from the man in black was ice cold, as if he wanted to scold me for interrupting his meeting. But as soon as his eyes swept my entire silhouette, his stare seemed to grow less severe. He said something to the other man, keeping his eyes on me, and started walking my way. He approached me and leaned over, kissing me on the cheek. A pity I had to cope without you, he whispered, planting the kiss. Ew. That's making the nausea worse. They better change. They better get off the fucking. Or yeah. I've done the same, I whispered. I replied in a whisper as his mouth retreated. So confirm that he went and jerked off too. That's great. I needed to know that. I don't feel sick at all. The words made him freeze for an instant. His stare was full of passion and anger. He took my hand in his and led me to his friend. Laura, meet Mario, my right hand, because we couldn't have come up with a less stereotypically Italian name. If one of his other henchmen is named Luigi, help me. I won't survive. I walked over to the man and offered him a hand, but he swooped in, grabbing me by the shoulder and kissed me on both cheeks. Ew. And yes, I know it's an Italian thing. I have members of my family who do it. They know not to do it to me. I haven't seen them in 30 years, and believe me, I bet they remember. I still hadn't grown used to that. Where I come from, you only kiss your closest friends and relatives. Consigliere, I said with a smile. Just Mario is all right. The older man returned my smile. It is good to finally see you in the flesh. Alive. Why did you need to add the word alive? Have there been prior incarnations of her that are buried out back? Because that's what I'm getting from that. Holy hell. It's like, Requiem for Methuselah in Star Trek, where Kirk gets led into the secret room that the mystery woman that he's fallen in love with, of course, the woman of the week, that she's never to go in there. But Kirk goes in there and learns that, spoilers, she's an android. And he sees previous versions of her. And that's what breaks him out of his love lust thing over her. He's known her for like 20 minutes. But he's in love with her because that's Captain Kirk. Um, is she gonna go in a room and find like, the like cryopreserved frozen bodies or something? Or just grave markers out back? Whose words rooted me to the spot. What did he mean, alive? Yeah, duh! He had assumed I wouldn't live to see him? My face must have shown some of my emotions as Mario quickly explained. There are paintings of you all over the mansion. They've been there for years now, but nobody ever believed you were real. You must be as astounded as we are. Okay, so now she knows the guy who kidnapped her is nuts. No, it's not. It just says it's good to finally see you in the flesh alive. So he added the word alive, which is creepy. And like, I get what he's saying, like, if they've been seeing paintings of her for years and they didn't believe that she was real, which who would? Also, do we think, just yes or no, chat, do we think that we are ever going to find out what happened to the woman he beat the shit out of and fucked when he got back to the mansion before he kidnapped Laura? Remember, he had an Anna. Do we think we ever find out what happened to her? Do we think she makes an appearance at any point, or is she just gone and we're not supposed to ask? Because he did refer to her as his girlfriend. Sarah Bellum voting nope. We never find out what happened to her. We never see her again. Yeah, I'm with you. I could only shrug. Hey, it's 5 after 9. I can start drinking, and also I need to stretch. But we are on page count. We made page count for an hour, so I'm taking that as good. Oh. Fair warning, I forgot to eat anything today. So the last time I had anything to eat was last night, like 10-ish. I went to bed early last night. I was tired. By early, I mean 3 o'clock in the morning, but probably shares shallow gravesites with Christian Grey. Yes, he does. Well, they share travel places, as we learned. At least two of the places that Massimo is about to take her are places that Grey took Anastasia on their honeymoon. I know it. Wouldn't surprise me if they all were, because like I said, these are known to be inspired by those, so I'm guessing there's going to be a lot of references. But it is drinking time, so if anyone wants to help me get really fucked up, you know what to do. Link should be at the top. If it's not, please let me know. It should be working. If it's not, please let me know. We also have ducks and handcuffs available. For tonight, we shall say, what shall we say? What shall we cheers to tonight? To knowledge. I really got to see the second Lucy movie when it comes out. That tastes way too good. I did not make it through tonight. I wound up sleeping the rest of my Christmas day, all day yesterday, and a good part of today. Aw. I know you're not feeling so hot, Cerebellum. It's okay. But you did remind me we need to play the burn video, because I worked very hard to get that done today. My bathroom smells like burnt. And it was very, very smoky. But I think the video came out rather well. So I'm going to mute myself and play this. It is a little bit long. It's as you can see, it's 4 minutes and 30 seconds. But this is the burn video for the book Freed. This is our goodbye to it that I really wanted before New Year's. So worked my butt off and got it done. I hope you like. The link for the music is in the description under this video. So here goes nothing. Everyone, please enjoy. I'm going to This beautiful woman has consented to mine. Every way. Again. My cock and I rejoice. She stares greedily at my dick. Stop. Stop now. This subject is closed. We're not discussing it anymore. I'm ready to rip someone limb from limb. You can't lock her up. One of us has to be in charge, for fuck's sakes. I'll have to make her see reason. She won't obey, and that's pissed me off. Big time. I want her happy, and I want to protect her. But how can I do that if she's not willing to obey me? Maybe I could fuck Anna into agreeing. Why does she defy me? I love making Anna scream. What will you do to me? Whatever I want. She's helpless, completely at my mercy. I'm done with this party. I want to be alone with my wife. Let's go. I don't want to share you with all these people anymore. My cock approves. Big time. You are mine. She's mine. Really mine. What the hell do you think you're doing? Fucking hell, I specifically asked you not to do this. I'm so fucking mad. Please don't be mad at me. Would you like a drink? Do I need one? Do you? Depends. On what? If you want to hurt me. A punishment fuck. You can do anything you want to me. These can be quite painful. I want this. Big time. We're going to need a safe word. Stop won't be enough. You will say that, but you won't mean it. She's breathless now, trying to move. She can't. She's mine, and I don't stop. I love it when she begs. I slam into her and she screams, pulling against the cuffs. I know she's helpless and I take full advantage. Why do you defy me, Anna? How can I keep her safe when I can't even keep her safe from me? I'm going to take you to the boathouse and finally spank you in there if you don't snap out of this mood. Charm. It all comes down to charm. Just fucking do it, I growl. Your lips are so soft when you cry, my beautiful girl. Face the wall. That way you won't know what I'm planning. She cries out as I keep rocking into her, taking her, consuming her, owning her. I want your world to begin and end with me. I also want everyone to know you're mine. I just want some resistance in bed. You can do anything you want to me. I'm so mad at my wife. I am crazy. Crazy for my fucking wife who cannot be trusted to do as she says. I want to punish Anna for not doing as she's told. Paddle, flog her, cane, belt. You're still mad? No, Anna. I'm way beyond mad. I want to punish you. Really beat the shit out of you. Maybe I will. I'm still fucking mad at you. Don't be mad at me. All because you can't follow a simple fucking request. I'm still fucking mad at you. You can do anything you want to me. A punishment, fuck. I'm yours. I will always be yours. Husband of mine. Mine. Yours. She might as well be sucking my dick. I'm a fucking asshole. I know she doesn't want me to touch her. Your lips are always so soft when you've been crying. Christian, I never promised to obey you. She sighs and resigns herself to her fate. How could you be so stupid? Don't touch me. She's a woman to tame, a dom's wet dream. Don't even think about it, Gray. You're my wife. If you touch me, I'll scream. No one would hear you. Will you do as you're told for once? She's still here, in spite of all that I've done. Well, what do we think? I thought the timings worked out well. I swear I did not make up any of those lines, nor did I repeat any of them. There are repeated lines, but they were repeated in the book, and I didn't alter any of them. And those are in order. I always keep them in order. Thank you for the fire, Sethiel, and I'm so glad to see you and your dragons. I love you so much. You're so awesome. Had this much wine and I can feel it already. Which is not to say that I don't need like this much more 2 or 3 times. But, yeah. I am surprised there wasn't a set of books from Miss Cox's perspective, too. And Sarah Bellum beat me to it. Don't give E.L. James any ideas! Because you know she's going to go back to the 50 Shades series. It's done better than anything else. She's only written one other series, and it was not well received, and the movie seems to be stuck in development hell. Because there's no production updates. There hasn't been all year. So, yeah, not expecting... I'm not sure if the movie of, the book The Mister is ever going to happen. Or if it does, they're going to have to call it something else. Because there's like 3 other movies that have either that exact name or damn close. One of which is in production now with a major star. So it's definitely going to, like, if you Google The Mister, that's what comes up. So she may have just fucked herself over by having the world's most generic title. Like, seriously, you couldn't have done any better than that? Like, you could have paid people to think up a better title. But for now, we content ourselves with this. I love that it says on the front, the million-copy #1 international bestseller that inspired the hit movie. The movie that I couldn't even confirm was a movie. I had to look it up, and then when I saw that it's owned by Netflix, I'm like, oh, that's why I didn't know it was a movie. I am vaguely looking forward to that only because I intend to be very, very drunk and throw things at the screen. I won't lie, this whole situation is a bit surreal and daunting. But we all know I have no power over Don Massimo, so I humbly accept each and every one of the 365 days he has given me. Oh, that's her saying it, I think. Massimo burst out laughing. Humbly, he repeated. Oh, I'm not sure who is talking. Is it the consigliere? Like, what? I don't what? He repeated, turning to his companion, who immediately joined in the merriment. I really have no idea who's talking. There's only 3 people in the room, and apparently it's not her. I'm happy I could improve your mood. Now I'll wait in the car so you can enjoy my absence, I hissed. Okay, apparently that was her talking. That was just really. What? Like, did somebody spike my drink? I I think I just need a lot more booze for this to make sense. Sending them both an ironic smirk. As I turned my back on them and headed to the door, I heard Mario say, trying to hold back the laughter, Indeed, Massimo, it's just as if she were Italian. Okay, as much as I love being a fiery Italian woman and I have a temper, God knows, it's not the only type of woman that when you're holding her captive can backhandedly tell you to go fuck yourself. I ignored that and shut the door behind me. I stopped before I exited the house and went out to the driveway. The image of the dead man lying on the paving stones flashed before my eyes. I swallowed, took a furtive look around, and headed in the direction of the SUV parked outside. The driver opened the door for me and gave me a hand as I stepped inside. Why do bad guys universally drive black SUVs? Doesn't matter where they are in the world or what flavor of bad guy. It's always the black SUVs. Always. I really doubt it actually sold 1 million copies to customers. Yes. I've heard publishers will have a subsidiary buy their own books to boost their numbers and give them away at signing stuff. You're correct. Yes. Yeah, entirely true. Yeah. That's how they cheat the numbers. That's why a lot of people don't have any faith in the New York Times bestseller list because it doesn't account for things like that. You know, it doesn't it certainly knows those kind of tricks get played. But yeah, it's the same with like when, you know, um politicians that are about to run for something, they'll put out a ghost-written book and it'll be on the New York Times bestseller list because it sold like 3 million copies in its first week. Yeah, it sold them to PACs for that political person or that political party is who they sold them to. You have a tinfoil hat? That's a good idea. Maybe I should add one. Oh, I did work out what my designated costume piece for this series is going to be because we had the tie for 50 Shades made out of actual 50 Shades merch. But I don't think this has merch. So, even if it did, I'm not buying it. So, what we're going to do is I'm going to get a white long t-shirt, nightshirt length t-shirt. And who knows, I believe, I could be wrong about this, please correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe the brand is by Sabrina Carpenter, the songstress, that she has a line of lingerie that is like basically just a white nightgown t-shirt, but it has like a photo of lingerie printed on it, which I love the irony and the sass, I really do. So that's what we're going to do. Not that I'm buying her stuff because I've heard it's like $300 for a t-shirt, which is stupid. But I'm pretty sure I can get a plain like white long t-shirt, probably pretty cheap, and I can paint it myself. I have good enough art skills to paint some lingerie. Or my other thought, I have a couple bras that I don't wear anymore because they're too ripped up. So I could just sew them onto a t-shirt, or like I have like lace and other stuff that I can sew into the shape of a bra and some panties, So we're gonna do something like that. It might take me a couple of weeks because I do need to find the t-shirt, but after that I have all the pieces. So that's the idea of what is going to be our dedicated costume piece, to which I may add a tinfoil hat because that might help. Oh well, what did we do? Drink. Okay, I've been ordered to chug, so we shall do. I gotta refill the glass. My face is already getting hot. Okay, water first. I forgot the lid gets water in it. It's dripping on my nose. Ugh. Alright, how far off are we in the end of the chapter? We're actually almost at the end of the chapter, so I think I did pre-screen this, that the next chapter is pretty much exactly where we want to be. Okay. So I did pre-look at this, and I just got distracted with all the crazy and the trolling this week. Thankfully, said troll doesn't appear to be here right now, which is good. But those with the wrenches, make sure they're handy in case we need to beat somebody. But we are refilling to here, to mid-claw. Oh, and Sathail, you'll enjoy. I don't know if I showed this off last week. We are using a House Targaryen cup right now because this is from season 1 too. I bought this during season 1 of Game of Thrones because I was team Daenerys all the way. Now I know the show fucked her over in the end because they got stupid and they got ahead of themselves. It's like, y'all should have waited for George R.R. Martin to finish writing them, because I guarantee you what he wrote is better than the garbage you put on screen that everybody hated. And the crew was so checked out that nobody noticed a fucking Starbucks cup on the table. And a water bottle. Both of which apparently were Emilia Clarke's fault. She has admitted it. It was her. But the fact that nobody noticed while they were filming, nobody noticed during editing, nobody noticed during final screening before it aired on television, that there was a Starbucks cup sitting on the table in Westeros. That's a special level of I no longer give a fuck about my job. But we have sourced future wine glasses, unbreakable black metal ones that I'm going to decorate. They're completely plain, so I can custom decorate them to go with whatever we're reading, which is cool. All right, chug time. Okay, very, very nearly poured too much. Okay. I should be feeling better in a few minutes. Oh, I tripped on the book. I don't care. My iPhone was laying on the back seat, right next to my laptop. I squealed with glee seeing both devices. What do you bet they don't like access Wi-Fi? What do you bet they've been disabled? I quickly pressed the button that closed the darkened window between the driver and the back seat. I turned the phone on and quickly my joy evaporated. There were dozens of missed calls from my mom, but not even one from Martin. It was weird and sad to discover that the man I had been with for more than a year cared so little about me. Yeah, also, her boyfriend and her friends are still the worst because they fell for a bullshit letter, apparently, or supposedly, saying, "Oh, I'm pissed off that my birthday vacation didn't go well, and so I'm, I'm going home alone." And nobody, like, the boyfriend doesn't even call her parents to see if she made it home safely. Doesn't call her to say, like, "Hey babe, why did you just ghost me like that and take all your stuff from my apartment? Like, I know we had some problems with your birthday and I'm sorry, but no, he doesn't check her friends. Nobody checks." And why does she have dozens of missed calls from her mother? She's on vacation. I was gonna say that. I bet she doesn't call for help. I would say a universe accurate coffee house run by mermaids would be an entertaining side story. Yes. In it would have to be in the Iron Kingdom. I forget if it was called anything other than that, but it was the Iron Kingdom because they're the ocean people, so they would know where the mermaid coffee shop was at. Also, random side question: who thought the mermaids in Hook were really fucking hot? I wish we had had more of them than like a 1-second cameo. I dialed Mom. Her terrified voice greeted me immediately. She's not going to say anything because she believes that he will have her family killed. And I guess we're supposed to believe it too, but I don't. I don't believe it. And anyway, if somebody was threatening my family, they would figure out pretty quickly they made a big damn mistake because I'd be like, yeah, please shoot the following people in this order. And can I watch while you do it? Oh, most of them are dead now anyway. Oh, darling, I've been crying my eyes out. Dying of fear for you, god damn it, my mother exclaimed on the verge of bursting into tears. Mom, you only called me yesterday. Everything's fine. It seemed her motherly intuition told her otherwise. She didn't back down. Are you sure? Is everything okay, Laura? Are you back from Sicily? How was your trip? I'm being held hostage. Call the consulate. Call Interpol. Call MI6 or whoever the hell you call. But I'm at this place being held hostage by this guy. Help! What do we bet she doesn't do that? Also, do we think that he has bugged her phone and is listening to everything that she's saying? I took a deep breath. It wouldn't be that easy for me to fool her. Was everything okay? Well, I glanced down at myself, then around me. It's more than okay, Mom. I'm back, yes, but I need to tell you something. I squeezed my eyes shut, praying she took the bait. I was offered a great job in one of the best hotels on the island. I tried sounding super excited. They're giving me a 1-year contract and I've decided to accept. I'm just ready I'm just getting ready to go back to Sicily. I waited for some kind of reaction. There was only silence. You can't speak a word of Italian, Mom said. Okay, I like the mom. She's down to earth. Oh, please. What does it matter? Everyone here speaks English! Because you're in a tourist city, you fucking twit! The situation was getting out of hand. If we kept speaking, she'd see through my deception. Wanting to avoid that, I continued. I'll come home and visit in a few days and I'll tell you everything. For now, I have a lot of stuff to take care of. Wow, is that a mistake if you don't want her to worry? Because what are you going to do? You're not going to go see her in a few days. What, are you going to make excuses for an entire year? And what, she's not going to catch on that something's very, very wrong? When she already thinks something is very, very wrong? This woman's an idiot. Like, I got one over on my mom from time to time, but that's because my mom didn't know the right questions to ask because I knew how the internet worked and she didn't. Which is how I wound up going to a BDSM party in a bar at 13. Shh. I've tried a few times to remember if I ever fessed up about that before she died, and I don't think I did. I don't think she ever knew. She knew that I was going away for the weekend, obviously. But the cover story was that I was going to a concert with some people that I met online. However, let's just say I let her believe that I met them in one chat room that she knew of and approved of, and not in the one that I actually did meet them in. But she didn't ask. Therefore, I didn't lie. I had actual permission to go for the weekend on this trip. I had her actual permission purely because she didn't know what to ask, and therefore I never lied. So as a 13-year-old, I was pretty good with that. Okay, what about Martin? She asked cautiously. I know he won't leave his company. He's too much of a workaholic. I sighed. He cheated on me during the trip. I left him. I know now that this is a great opportunity for me, I said in the calmest and most dispassionate voice I could muster. I told you, he wasn't the guy for you, child. For some reason, I love the mom. She's like the only redeemable character so far. I love the mom. It's like, I told you that man was up to no good, and you can just see it. She's like in the kitchen making biscuits or something. She's got an apron on, like hair and curlers, smoking Marlboros. That's gotta be it. Ugh. Yeah, right. You should be happy you don't know the new one. Okay, I have to go now, Mommy. Who says Mommy? I stopped saying Mommy when I was 8 and my mom didn't like it. She noticed after like 2 days and she's like, why are you calling me Mom or Mother now and not Mommy? And I'm like, because I grew up. She was sad that I stopped calling her Mommy. Which, as an adult, I can now understand. As a kid, I was like, I'm entering the town hall now. Call me and remember that I love you. Wow, that was a wasted conversation. She's so weirdly on board with being held captive. They don't need to eavesdrop on her calls. Yeah, true. She is. That's why I wrote that theory that I posted in the book club tab. I think I know it's in my atrocious drunken printing. But for anyone who didn't see it, my prediction, and don't tell me if I'm right, anyone who has looked ahead or knows the end of this or has seen the movie, do not spoil anything or I will hunt you down. But my theory, my one prediction, and this makes sense for the previous girlfriend as well, is that this is somehow a prearranged scenario. Who remembers in the late 90s, early 2000s, there were those companies that you could pay to kidnap you for the extreme experience and you get rescued by someone and then the sex is supposed to be really good or some such bullshit? Or if you're just a bored little daddy's princess with too much money and you just want the adrenaline rush of being kidnapped or, held captive as a princess in the tower or whatever. You could pay companies to do that. Most of them got sued out of oblivion because they went way too far and people got hurt. But if it comes out at the end of this book or one of the future ones that is what happened here because she said she left her job, so she had no attachments, maybe she knew the boyfriend was cheating, and it sounds like she didn't get on too well with her family. They kind of suck. So what if she decided, yeah, I'm going to take a year off. I made a lot of money. We don't know what she did, so maybe she made a lot of money. She likes the finer things. We know her personal, because the perfume that I burned, the Guerlain that I use in my fanfic, and that's why I'll burn it every time it's mentioned in this, that shit starts at like $900 a bottle. So that right there tells you she has money. Serious money. If she is walking around on vacation, she brought it on vacation. She brought a $900 bottle of perfume on vacation. So Girly has money. So she could have paid for this experience to be kidnapped for a whole year because she knew the boyfriend was cheating. You know, she's sick of her family, she's sick of her life, and wants to live out this fantasy of the captive princess for a year. And she can afford it. And that would make sense as to why everyone around her is going along with it, and she's not really trying to escape. This also means the murder she saw was staged because it plays into the fantasy. And it would make the previous girlfriend, Anna, the previous thrill seeker. She was also the one paying for it. Because what was her interaction with Massimo? She texted him and basically said, come and take me, I'm horny and I want it violent. And then when he showed up, she was like, do this, do this, do this. And he did. He did what she said. He was violent and horrible, but that was what she was asking for. She was into it. She loved it. So maybe that was her fantasy and her time came to an end. You know, her year was up or whatever. And we didn't see Laura get taken, did we? She just wandered off on her own and got stupid drunk and lost, supposedly. So that's my theory, but if you know I am right or wrong, don't say so. Yes, they established earlier that not everybody speaks English because Massimo had to translate in pretty much all of the stores. Yeah. This is true. You should know by now you can't pay attention to things previously mentioned. God knows the writers don't. This is true. Book has actually contradicted itself in ways that my theory does not explain a few times. So there is that. I prefer to just tell you you're wrong. Don't know anything about the book. You can go ahead and do that, yeah. Because I'm possibly giving the book way too much credit. Because that would be really smart. That would be a really smart thing for us to only find out either at the end of this book or the end of the whole series that, psych, it was all, a staged scenario. That would be smart. I don't think these books are that smart. They can't even edit properly. Do you think Michael Douglas's The Game was real? No, I don't, but I love that movie. Cecile! Darling! I have foil in the kitchen. I can go get it and make a tinfoil hat if that will make you happy. I will sweat my brains out, but I will do it. I know I'm trying to salvage something that isn't there. I know. I know, okay? It sucks. I assume thought was part of the process. Yes, I put thought into it and I know I shouldn't, okay? I know. I know I should not be putting thinking into these things because the author certainly didn't. But my brain can't handle the level of stupid. I had to fix it. I hear a puppy. Hi, puppy. Somebody's awake. Hi. Yes, Belly. Okay, you can has Belly. You can has Belly. Yes, you can. Come here. Come on. Up. You're not getting any more Belly. Come on up. Up. Come on. Up. There we go. Good boy. Look at him, puppy. Look at him. Look at this beautiful dog. Look at him. He's going, my sweater's in the wash and mommy isn't doing laundry till tomorrow. I'm gonna melt. Or I'm gonna freeze. It's plenty warm in here. He's fine. Though, he does keep trying to convince me that he's absolutely freezing. Yes. Look at him. Look how cute he is. Look how cute this is. Look how cute he is. He's so cute. Arr. He's getting grumbly in his old age. He's never grumbled at me before, but now he does sometimes. Yeah, you kind of grumble. Yeah, I know you do. You're so sleepy. Yeah. That's how my last dog, Christian, he, in his old age, like the last 5 years of his life, he turned into a bit of a grumpy old man. He would grumbly growl at me when I picked him up, being like, okay, you can cuddle me, but like, know that I, have dog things to be doing. He wasn't the cuddliest. Bo's the cuddler. But he doesn't like it when I show him off on screen. He's like, no, strangers don't get to look at me. I'm only yours. So you're supposed to look at me, and I'm supposed to look at you, and I block your face with my face, and I'm a jealous doggy, and I'm melting in your arms and falling back to sleep, so you can't put me down ever because I'm sleeping. And that's how that works. Even though it's failed roughly 2,000 times before. He will keep trying. No, little baby, you're such a baby. You're such a baby. Yes, you're such a baby. Such a baby dog, okay? Say goodnight. Say goodnight, everyone. Sponsor a duck so I don't eat them all. I already got one. It was yummy. He did, in fact, eat a duck. Yes, you did. Yes, you did. You ate a duck, didn't you? Yes, you did. Choo, 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 choo. He was very pleased with himself. But he's generally very pleased with himself. Don't you? Yes, you're just generally very pleased with yourself because you think you're the best puppy in the history of puppies. And why shouldn't you? All right, go hold your pillow down for a while, okay? Okay, can you do that? Go snuggle your pillow. Mwah. Kiss your nose. Squish. You need a bath. You stinky. That's why your sweater's in the wash. That's your sweater having a bath. So don't you think you should have a bath before I put your nice clean sweater back on you? He says no. I love you too. Be careful out there, darling. I sighed with relief as I pressed the red button. It worked. Hopefully. Now I only had to tell the man in black about my visit to Poland. I'm sorry, you think you're going to tell the kidnapper, oh, I told my mother I'm coming home for a few days and he's going to let you. Also, we know what scene this is copying in 50 Shades, where Anastasia goes home for a couple days to Georgia to see her mother, and then he follows her. Like, if this is all scene for scene copy, also that takes place way later, only on page 84. So, and this book is roughly as long as the first telling of the first 50 Shades book. And I don't think the retelling is too much longer. So, wow. It was inevitable now. Unless he tells you you can't go and to call her back and make up an excuse. Again, this person's stupid. In that moment, the car door opened, and Massimo deftly stepped inside. He took a look at my hand. The iPhone was still in it. Have you talked to your mother? He asked with something approaching concern as the car began moving. Yes, but it didn't change the fact she's still worried, I replied, keeping my eyes on the window. Unfortunately, speaking to her on the phone did next to nothing. I'll have to go to Poland within the next couple days, especially since she thinks I'm already there. I turned my head to the man in black, wanting to gauge his reaction. He was watching me. I expected as much. That's why I've already planned for it. See, again, this is too perfect. Now, granted, he had like 5 years to plan all this, so not saying he couldn't have thought up with it. I'm thinking of the episode of Star Trek DS9, Civil Defense, because that's the explanation why every time they try to outsmart the security system, basically the security system thinks that it's still Tadrock Noir and the Cardassians are in charge, and so it's still a military dictatorship, and that the slaves are revolting, and so shut down the station or we'll kill everyone and blow it up and blah blah blah, because they triggered an old security protocol, but every time they try to outsmart it, there's already been a pre-planned response, to which the answer is, well, the Cardassians ruled this place for like 14 years. They had time to think of every possible eventuality. It just comes down to time. So you can make that argument here. That's why I've already planned for it. The last stop of our trip will be Warsaw. It won't be as soon as you'd like, but calling your mother more often from now should assuage her concerns and give us more time. That was good news. I guess that's good news. I wouldn't take it that way. Thank you. I really appreciate this. Also, words I wouldn't be using with him, but I wouldn't be speaking to him at all. Massimo kept his eyes on me for a moment longer. Then he lay his head on the headrest and sighed. I'm not so bad. I don't want to keep you here against your will. Then let me out of this car. Let me go. Now. I don't want to threaten you, but tell me, would you stay of your own will? It's been like 7 days and she's only been conscious for about 2.5 of them. He fixed me with a searching stare. I turned away. Would I stay? Of course not. I don't believe her. The man in black was still waiting for a reply, but didn't get one. So he turned on his iPhone, scrolling and reading something on the internet. Silence was unbearable. How bad do we think the Wi-Fi in a soon-to-be moving car in Italy is? I'm sorry, but it's got to be crap. I can barely do anything on my phone here, and we have like pretty solid Wi-Fi coverage. Just don't try to use your GPS in downtown Toronto. The tall buildings make it impossible. Me and a friend we were literally circling the hotel trying to get to the parking lot, and we had to call the hotel and ask them which side street we needed to be on and how to do that. I'm sorry, but downtown Toronto is fucking chaotic. It's insane traffic. I understand so much why I've known so many people that work in Toronto, but they park their car at the GO station and commute by train for half an hour, because driving in Toronto is fucking insane. Like, we literally circled the hotel 4 times and couldn't find our way into the parking lot that we could see with our own eyes. Are we a little bit incompetent in 16 lanes of traffic? Probably. But there's 16 lanes of traffic downtown. One of which is a subway stairs going down, 2 of which are trolley cars. It's worse than the highway, and it's the middle of downtown. There's a reason I don't like Toronto. It's too busy. Like, the sidewalks are like 8 people wide in some places. It's insane. Like, I used to have to go there for assessments and like legal stuff, and oh, I was so glad I always had a town car to and fro. The insurance company paid for it, thank God, because I didn't drive, so I wouldn't have known where to go. But even like going across the street for pizza for lunch, I was like, somebody tell me how to get back to the building. Like, I want to tie a string on the door. And there's no parking. There's no parking in all of Toronto. That's just a fact. The silence was unbearable. I needed to talk to someone. Maybe it was because of my longing for home, or maybe it was the morning shower. Still looking through the window, I asked, "Where are we going now?" "The airport in Catalina. Or Catania. Sorry, my dyslexia added an L. Catania. Catania. Never heard of it. If the traffic's light, we should be there in less than an hour." Hearing the word airport, I shivered. Excuse me. My back stiffened and my breathing quickened. There weren't a lot of things I hated as much as flying. What do we bet he has drugs? I fidgeted restlessly in my seat, and the pleasant chill of the air conditioning suddenly seemed like an Arctic winter. Nervously, I rubbed my arms, trying in vain to warm myself. The goosebumps didn't vanish. Massimo glanced at me with his cold eyes, but the ice suddenly turned into fire. "Why aren't you wearing a fucking bra?" he snapped. So he's got the Quicksilver personality like Gray does as well. I assume thought was part of the process. I know, but it's because I do so much thinking in my own writing that I have standards for, that I assume all authors have standards. This has always been a thing I have falsely done in my life. That just because I have standards for something, or I have pride in something, or I, hold myself to a certain standard or expectations, I'm a perfectionist, that I assume, I don't know why, but I just assume that other people also have standards. Like, even though I've been proven wrong several times, I it's my default and I can't help it. He has Starlink. I still can't stand this, but it does give me time to finish my cheese and brioli. Oh, that sounds delish. You're making me hungry, girl. Hello, Deacon. Yes. Hello, hello, hello. It sounds delish. I don't know what it is, but if you have a picture, please send it. I know what cheese is. It's the brioli. I've heard the term, but a picture not coming to my head. Error 404. File not found. Probably because I've never had it, but I frowned and sent him a questioning look. "I can see your nipples." Okay, if he means for once my nipples are not popping through my shirt. But if he just means she just said the air conditioning is on. So, things gonna protrude a little bit. That's just life. If that's what he's talking about, suck it. If he means what she's wearing is see-through and I can tell what color your areola is, that's a different matter. Though if she wants to be that brazen, totally up to her. Assuming it is legal where you are, which they're in Italy, therefore, yes. I glanced down and realized he was right. They were visible through the delicate fabric. I dropped one of the straps of my shirt, revealing my shoulder. The tan skin was covered by the lace strap of a beige bra. Ah, so she's showing him I am wearing a bra. It's just a crappy one. "Not my fault that all the underwear I own is now made of lace," I said, impassive. "I don't have a single padded bra, so excuse me, but I'll just have to keep drawing everyone's attention. I didn't pack any of those things." I looked Massimo in the eyes, waiting for a response. Oh, is he going to accept that this is kind of his fault because he took all of her regular underwear and replaced it with lacy stuff that doesn't cover the titties properly because it's really just for show in the bedroom and not meant to be worn practically? Or is he about to get really violent? Why the fuck would anyone say that? Deacon, you're going to have to be way more specific in this book. But he has money, buy her a good bra. I know, seriously. I'm all for having an endless supply of sexy lingerie if you have somebody to wear it for, but sometimes a girl's undergarments just gotta be practical. Sometimes you just need support and coverage, okay? It ain't about being sexy. It's about I got shit to fucking do and I don't need my back hurting. Like, there's a practicality to these things. And also, you don't have to wear a padded bra. Though we have said she has, like, itty bitty titties, so maybe she likes a padded bra, which is fine. But it doesn't always have to be padded. He watched the thin lace strap for a moment before reaching out with a hand and pulling my shirt even lower. The light fabric flowed gently down my arm, revealing my breast. This is his version of I won't do anything until I have your consent? Massimo sat rooted to the spot, taking in the view. I did nothing to hide. After my morning meeting with my pink friend... Oh yeah, Deacon, you missed the scene where she masturbated for half an hour with a vibrator. I was feeling sated and in control of my own head, even if it was only an illusion. The man in black drew his leg up the seat and sat on his side. Slowly, he pushed his thumb between the lace shoulder strap and my skin. Here we go. His touch made me shiver again, but this time it had nothing to do with the fear of flying. Are you cold? He asked, trailing his thumb lower and sliding his whole hand under my bra strap. Yeah, this is really, I'm not going to do anything without your consent. This is really fucking that. I don't think a lot of people know how big boobs hurt your back. More people should. There's a great video from a Dutch bra making company where the men, because all their designers were men, why I don't know, but there's a video, it's only like 3 minutes long, of them wearing boob weights for the day so they can see what it is like when you have big boobs and it hurts. And there's a lot of weight to support, and it was supposed to like help them design better bras for larger chested women because let's face it, I'm a larger chested woman. My bras have sucked my entire life. They're twice as expensive as normal bras. They're hard to find. I can never find my size, and they suck. They fucking suck. They're poorly designed. They don't function. They have problems. They cause pain as much as they take it away. They're not functional. They're not good for hiding under clothes. Like, yeah, it needs a whole redesign, especially, like, seriously, I have weighed my boobs. It wasn't for a contest. It was just to see. And each of my boobs clocks in at over 10 pounds. Like, that's a lot of weight on your chest. Like, I dare you, get 2 giant watermelons and strap them to your chest. Double D48. Oh, I am last time I was like actually measured, like actually, I clock in at a 42 triple G. $42 to $46 depending on the brand. You know, there's leeway depending on the brand. Yeah, it's a lot of weight. That's a lot of people don't get. Boobs, people think, I don't know why, but people think either boobs are hollow, which is partially true, or that boobs are fat and somehow don't weigh anything. Boobs are muscle. Breasts are muscle. Plain and simple. Is there a hollow sac inside the breast? Yes, because that's where the milk comes in when you get knocked up. But the majority of the breast is muscle and it weighs a lot. We have not made page count for the second hour, by the way. Not even close. Am I sorry about this? No. Are you cold? He asked, trailing his thumb lower and sliding his whole hand under my bra strap. I hate flying, I said, trying to mask my arousal. If God wanted us to fly, he would have given us wings, I said, lowering my voice to a whisper and half closing my eyes. Unfortunately, I had my sunglasses on, so he couldn't see that. Massimo's hand was still moving towards my breast, his fingers lazily fiddling with the lace fabric sliding ever downward. When his hand finally reached his destination, his face took on an expression of desire, and his eyes flared. I had seen that stare before. Each time I had run. I had nowhere to run now. Massimo tightened his grip on my breast and edged closer to me. His hips started to move of their own accord, and my head leaned back as he played with my nipple, holding it between two fingers. If he pinches her, I reserve the right to vomit. With his free hand, he snatched me by the neck, as if knowing how long it had taken me to tie my hair and how much I hated him doing that. He dropped his head and gently bit on my nipple through the fabric of my bra. Okay, I didn't see that coming. This, he said, lifting his head for an instant, is mine. I know I said we'd burn it every time he said that, but I want it for highlights. Now I'm conflicted. Hearing his rugged voice and those words, I let out a quiet moan. Massimo pulled the shirt from both my shoulders, letting it fall to my waist. He pulled away the bra and reached for my nipple with his lips. How are we? Dude, unless you undid it from the back, you're not pulling the bra. How are we? You can lower the cup if it's got enough give, but you're not. I'm sorry, the phrase pulled away the bra. That's not how bras work. Everything inside me was pulsating, throbbing. My morning masturbation had been for nothing, it seemed. I was still horny. I imagined him ripping my pants off and fucking me from behind without taking them all the way down, rubbing against the lace of my panties. My fire kindled by my own thoughts, I slid a hand into his hair and pulled him closer. Again, not how people being held captive act. Ugh. I definitely still need more booze because this is I'm still way too way too conscious to be doing this. But he's officially doing the gray "you are mine" bullshit. So we have that. Why I hate Victoria's Secret? Yes! Yes, I was very young when I figured out that Victoria's Secret was not for me. And they did several years ago admit that they only make bras and clothing for, like, up to a B cup and very petite women. They admitted that. They're like, "No, we don't have, like, a plus size. We don't have, like, bras in with C cups because that's not who we want wearing our brand." They didn't say it the way Lululemon did, but Lululemon got perverted, and I think the owner went to jail for, like, cheese pizza. I can't stand this book because that's not how any of this works. Yes! That's not how any of this works is one of my favorite phrases as well, Deacon. Welcome to the club. We are at the end of our second hour, therefore stretch. Always stretch. Remember to get up, stretch your legs, walk around, stretch your shoulders, especially if you have bigger tits. Mostly I'm just hungry. Groceries are coming tomorrow, though, I hope, unless there's weather. There could be weather. I will say it did confirm the email that I got confirming the delivery did have a banner across the top saying, "As there is a blizzard warning, if there is a blizzard, we may have to delay delivery till the following day." To which I was like, "Yeah, understood. I live in Canada. I know." And not their fault. Some people yell when that happens, and I'm like, it's not their fault if it's snowing so bad that it is unsafe to drive. To where the OPP has put out a public message saying the roads are unsafe in this weather. Please do not drive right now unless it is an absolute emergency. So please don't drive right now. Why can't you understand that? And yes, I'm sorry, your groceries or your or takeout or whatever or Amazon or FedEx is delayed a day, and yes, that sucks, but would you rather have somebody die in a car crash trying to bring you, like, hot dogs? Like, what? Oops, I filled it up all the way. Betty White is fucking amazing. She is completely amazing. Someday I really gotta watch Golden Girls because I saw bits of it growing up because my mom liked it, and I know it's having a resurgence. Um, and getting so much credit online for how ahead of its time it was, especially with the comedy and some of the subjects it got into. Um, that a lot of people didn't even recognize that it got into at the time because it had to do it so subtly. But now people are like, "Whoa, that show talked about that like back in the 90s?" And like, yeah. Climate change is a thing. Yes, and it's also affecting Canada more quickly than the rest of the world because we're at the top. So it's been proven. That's why we haven't had a decent winter in 15 years. It was 70 this morning. What's that in Celsius? Also, you live in a warm part of the country. Because I know like between like 70 and like 7, isn't like 72 like room temperature, like normal room temperature? I bought the entire Golden Girls seasons. Yeah, see, I don't buy media anymore. I just downloaded it illegally because fuck the world. Um, but that was entirely the booze talking. It's not at all true. But yeah, it's definitely a show I want to watch some more of because I remember even as a kid, like I didn't understand all of it because it's kind of more of a grown-up show. But I remember like knowing that it was funny. 70 is 40 Celsius? You'd be dying. I think you're a little off there, no offense. Because 40 is literally your life would be at risk. That is like you're in danger of heat stroke hot. You're dying hot. 40 is way too hot. Not that it doesn't get up to that some days, but I don't remember what the conversion is. It's like 2.2 or something. But 70 I think is still like 28, which is hot. It's definitely it's past warm. It's where you're definitely looking for AC and a cold drink. We didn't teach math, yeah. We stopped teaching cursive writing for an entire generation and now it's coming back. Also, I have a half sister who is I can't remember how much younger than me she is. God, it's a lot. She's like she's like 11 or 12 years younger than me. It's a huge gap. She can't read an analog clock. She can only read a digital clock. She can't read a clock with hands. She has no idea how. It's a tad over 21? Okay, I was wrong too. I was significantly wrong. That 21 is it's tolerable. It's warm, but it's okay. It's your it's a bit of a light to average summer day. So for me, I don't like it above about 15, but I've had heat stroke like 11 times, so I have no tolerance for heat. I don't know if it's actually true. Sarah Bellum, are you still around? Girl, if you're still around, we're in need of your medical opinion. Is it actually true? Because I don't know if this is true or a wives' tale. Is it actually true that the more times you have heat stroke, that each time you have it, it lowers your um like sensitivity to heat, and so you're more prone to having heat stroke again because you're more vulnerable to it every time you have it. I've heard the same with pneumonia because I've had pneumonia 6 or 7 times. I don't know. I'd have to check. Um, I don't know. I've been in the hospital intubated with it twice. That's all I know. I don't even remember how many times. So I used to get a lot as a kid. like super, super bad asthma, so any like respiratory infection would turn into pneumonia very quickly. Though I think I kind of grew out of it in my teens. I had it really bad a few times in my teens, and that's when I was in the hospital, and then once in my 20s. But I think after that, I kind of grew out of it a little bit, or at least recovered in some way. Because I haven't had it in in many, many years. Many years. But yeah, I've always wondered if the thing about you get more vulnerable to heat stroke every time you have it, is that actually true? Because I have seriously had heat stroke many, many times, that's true, and I've had it definitely to a life-threatening level a couple of times, but I always wondered if that was actually true. Because I nearly died the first time, so I always wondered if that made me more vulnerable, and that's why I got it, like, seemingly so easily in future when, like, other kids didn't on the same day. Hey, my girl is here! Yes, because your body temperature regulation is out of whack. So once you have it, it does in fact make you more susceptible to having it again. Because yeah, the first time I had it was the hottest day on record in Southern Ontario, in all of Canada actually, in over 35 years. And it just so happened to be the day for the year-end class trip of grade 2, and we went to Wild Wild Waterworks. So we were allowed to go on the slides then, which are about 400 feet high, and you're standing in line for at least an hour. You know, couple 100 feet up because you walk up the stairs forever. And then you stand there and roast. There's no shade. Or if you're in the water's reflecting it back at you. So my whole second grade class, we were all like 7, 8. We were all there. We were all sick. Nobody ate lunch. Several people passed out at the park that day. I mean, like a couple dozen, including some kids, because it was mostly schools that day. So a lot of people passed out. I made it back to the school and saw my mom, and then I passed out. And we had like 4 days left in the year, and nobody showed up. I was home in bed, horribly ill for the rest of the year. My mom had to go pick up my stuff from my desk in my locker. And I don't think anybody went back to class because there's only 4 days left, and the whole class literally, because she called to say that I was sick and I wouldn't be there, and she got told that my entire class was out with heat stroke, including the teacher. And so that's how second grade ended. It was not good. It does. Speaking from experience, your body starts to overreact to getting hot. You start pouring sweat faster. It can be sitting in 35-degree Fahrenheit room and still start sweating. Yeah. Thank you, Cerebellum. Thank you very, very much. But yeah, I think that's why I've probably had it over a dozen times, and I like a temperature of between 12 and at most 15 degrees. That's where I'm comfortable. Anything over that, I do feel hot, and I do start sweating, and I'm looking for a fan or sticking my head in a freezer or something. So yeah, above 20, I'm suffering. So I would much rather be cold than hot. Where was I? I slid a hand into his hair and pulled him closer. Harder, I whispered, taking off my glasses with my free hand. Bite me harder! Gee, almost like he knows what she likes. That was like pushing that big red button inside his head. There's a line that happened. He nearly ripped the bra off me, hungrily biting into my breasts, sucking and licking. He's doing this through the fabric of the bra. This is not. I felt a wave of lust overcoming me. I wouldn't be able to resist much longer. This is worse than Anastasia. This is worse. I lifted his head by the hair and allowed his lips to find mine. Very delicately, I pushed him away so I could look him in the eyes. He was burning up, his pupils dilated, his eyes completely black. What is that? Seriously, moronic bitch who wrote this, please respond to me. What the fuck is with you saying everybody's eyes are completely black? What the fuck is wrong with you? Or did somebody make you cut out that everybody in this is a succubus or a demon? What? He panted, breathing into my mouth, trying to catch my lip between his teeth. Ton, don't start something you can't finish, I said, licking him gently. I'll be so wet in a moment I'll need a new outfit. The man in black dug his fingernails into the side of the seat hard, making the leather creak under the pressure. Why is she still calling him two names? Why? It's irritating and stupid. He drilled holes in me with his wild gaze, and I knew he was fighting an internal battle. The second part of your statement was entirely unnecessary, he said finally, leaning back in his seat. The thought of what's between your legs now is driving me crazy. Just fuck already. This is worse than bad porn. I shot a glance at his pants, swallowing loudly. That beautiful erection, that's going on the burn list. I'm sorry, I can't. We're gonna play with fire in a moment. Wasn't just an image in my mind anymore. I knew what his thick cock looked like, standing at attention under his clothes. With clear relish, Massimo watched my reaction. I shook my head to clear my mind and started to put my shirt back on. He kept his eyes on me, and I brushed down the crumpled fabric. I combed through my hair with my hand and put my sunglasses on. When I was finished, Massimo reached to the glove compartment and took out a black paper bag. Oh, this isn't ominous at all. I have something for you, he said, handing me the package. The elegant gold lettering on the front words said, Pataki Philippe. Okay, I was gonna say, is it a hairbrush? And that's a hair studio. I knew that name. There could only be one thing inside. Oh no, I'm confusing it with something else. I also knew how expensive those watches were. Yes, it's a watch. Fuck. What salon am I accusing Patake Philippe with? I'm confused with a salon. But no, I know the watch brand, and yeah, they're expensive. Massimo, my eyes wandered back to him. I can't accept that. You went on a shopping spree for like 20 grand yesterday. He laughed out loud, sliding on his aviators. Baby girl, it's one of the cheapest gifts I'm going to give you. Besides, don't forget, you don't get to decide for another few hundred days. Open it. The watch has a tracking device in it. It has to. I knew this was going nowhere. Arguing with him never did, and you've known him for a whole 70 conscious hours. It could only lead to misery for me, especially since there was nowhere to run now. I pulled the black box from the bag and opened it. The watch was marvelous. Pink gold encrusted with little diamonds. Simply perfect. You've been pretty isolated the last few days. I know I've taken much from you, but you'll start getting it back now, Massimo said, fastening the watch on my wrist. So obey me and let me sex you up in an extremely violent way, and I will give you pretty shiny baubles. He's exactly like Gray, except admittedly evil. He embraces his evil instead of trying to hide it. End of chapter, by the way. Fahrenheit is negative 32 times 5/8 conversion from Fahrenheit to Celsius. I think I remember that. Kind of, sort of, maybe. I was never good at conversions or fractions. It's part of the math that escaped me. The weird thing about studying criminal justice from a psychological lens, she is she's just. I'm not sure what word you were going there, but she's describing a narcissist? Yes. Of course he's a narcissist. Some of the things I should have looked for was when narcissists rage look at things. Yeah. No, he has the rage thing down to, yeah. Oh, thank God. Good call on the tracking. And we have one more chapter tonight, Deacon. We're not done. Well, we're done at midnight. That's the official cutoff time. From now on, midnight's the cutoff. I'll spend 5 minutes saying goodnight. But whatever page count we get to, that's where we get to. I don't care if we stop in the middle of a fucking scene, including if it's a fucking scene. So, that's the rules from now on. Okay. One good stretch. Oh. Oh, there we go. Na zdrowie. And just to do my second shameless plug, because I said I would get better at it, we still have 6 painted ducks available for $10 each. If anyone would like to sponsor a painted duck, please specify which one so I know which one to credit to you, and you get to name it, and it joins our pantheon of ducks for all immortality. It's an immortal duck once you sponsor it. We also, for the last time this evening, we have the option of putting me in handcuffs, very tight and very, wonderful, because I love them, for $25 for the rest of the evening. Very good deal at the moment. And because with this book we have no drinking limit, you can also make me chug again, because that's officially a thing now. I think I will set a hard limit at 3 in one evening, but we've only had 1, so there's 2 more still available if you would like to make me chug a large volume of wine very quickly. We now return you to our regularly scheduled terrible book. Big stretches are good. It's one thing I was never particularly good at was stretching, but I should work on it, because God knows my shoulders let me know when I've been hunching over my keyboard all day and then I sit up and it's like, ow! Yeah, It's like, oh yeah, my boobs weigh a ton. I forgot that. Ow. Chapter 6. As Prince said in one song, I ain't got no money. I gotta say, if you played me 5 songs and said which one is Prince, I don't know that I would know. Because I think he's a little before my time. I don't really know what time he's of. I mean, I know him because he's iconic, etc., but not sure I would know any of his songs. Sorry, there's a weird noise. Oh, I know what it is. It's a snowplow very slowly going down the street. That's why I'm hearing the scraping sound. Oh, which means there's ice under the snow now, which means driving conditions are really bad. I might not be getting groceries till Monday. That's okay. Okay, not sure what I'm gonna make, but I'll figure. Cause yeah, it's the end of the month. I'm out of everything. But you just whatever is around, you do, and we'll figure it out. Because, yeah, if there's like an inch or 2 of ice under that snow, which I think there is, nobody should be driving. We reached the airport without any problems. The driver opened the door for Massimo while I was stuffing my things into my bag. They must have spilled onto the seat during our drive. See, again, it's weird details like that where I'm like, what is really going on? Massimo rounded the car and opened the door on my side, offering me a hand. He was being very gallant, and in that linen suit of his looked simply overpowering. I'm sorry, linen's one of those materials that if you're wearing a suit made out of it, I'm not taking you particularly as evil. As both my feet touched the ground, he discreetly grabbed my ass, pushing me gently towards the entrance. Yeah, the guy who said I'm not going to touch you sexually till you beg me to. Huh. I sent him a shocked glance. That was behavior worthy of an adolescent boy. He used your stomach to jerk him off in the shower. But he only smirked, sliding his hand up to my back, leading me to the terminal. I'd never had all the check-in formalities done so fast. All we had to do was pass through the building. When we emerged on the other side, another car picked us up and drove us to a small plane. I was going to say there's no way they're not flying privately, duh. I got nauseous as soon as I saw it. It looked so small, like a tube with some wings attached. I hated flying charter planes, and those looked like Goliath to this David. Go up the stairs, I heard from behind me. I can't do it, Massimo. I can't, I pleaded. You didn't tell me we were going to fly in a toy plane. I'm not going inside. I panted, panicked, trying to back away from the aircraft. This is not going to go well, but also, did he not know this? Did he not know she has a problem with flying? And, like, dude, you planned for everything else, but not that? Please, don't make a scene, Laura. I'll have to carry you in by force, he hissed. But I simply couldn't take another step. And watch, he's going to do the Gray thing of throwing her over his shoulder while she screams and kicks, and just nobody's going to notice. Same was what Gray did. Without another word, Massimo took me in his arms, and not reacting to my panic screams and flailing arms, he carried me up the stairs and squeezed through the small entrance. So in an airport, I don't care if it's private, in an airport, a screaming, flailing woman is being carried onto a private plane and nobody fucking notices. This book can suck it with extreme prejudice. Wait, wasn't I supposed to burn something? Where was the thing I was going to burn? I was going to burn something and now I forgot about it and now I'm sad. No, I was going to burn a thing. It wasn't the thing I highlighted because I said I was saving that. Damn it, I lost it. Fuck. Why am I such a fuck up? No, her. God damn it, I forgot. Fuck. Alright, we'll have to find something else to set on fire because I need to see something burn tonight. I'm very pissed I forgot what I was going to torch. Very, very, very pissed. We may add Baby Girl to the list. In fact, I think we shall. Okay, I'll burn that in a minute. Are you seriously trying to reread that to find to burn? Yes! I know, I'm sorry. I get obsessive and I said I would do it and then I forgot and now I feel bad that I didn't do it. That just means you need to record the happenings down below tomorrow. What? So do I even want to know the context of what that's supposed to be? So that shows he doesn't respect her at all. Oh, yeah. Can't stand this book, and the most disgusting to me is a woman wrote this. Yes, it is. How did she get there? It's a 26-hour drive and no trains. They flew there. It's confirmed, but it was on like a commercial jetliner. True. So maybe like, because I know some people are like that. They have a problem with like small planes, but like big commercial planes are fine because mentally that's like safer. But teeny tiny planes, they have a serious problem with. I've known people like that, which I can get there. Like mentally, I can get there. I can get the faulty logic the brain is using, but yeah. Yeah, but it's because I said I would do it and I forgot, and that's what's pissing me off. Ice on the roads, record people slipping and falling, and dumb drivers. I can definitely do that. I'm on the 20th floor. I can see for several blocks off my balcony. So, yeah, I can definitely do that. And there will be people, like, skiing behind a car. That will happen. Or skating. That's definitely going to be a thing. Excuse me. Ow. You've flown out of MGT? Where is that? He greeted the pilot and the hatch closed with a hiss. I was terrified. My heart was pounding. I couldn't hear my own thoughts. In the end, my desperate flailing got me what I wanted, and Massimo put me down. As soon as my feet touched the floor, I took a step back. I slapped his face. What the fuck were you thinking? Let me out. I want out. I was yelling, still frightened to death, before throwing myself at the door. He grabbed me by my shoulders and flung me back into the leather couch that filled nearly the entire side of the plane. Then he pinned me down with his body. I couldn't move. You could have just put a seatbelt on her. Montgomery, Atlanta for work. Sounds like a decent sized airport. God damn it, Massimo. I kept wailing and swearing. Intending to gag me, he pressed his lips to mine and pushed his tongue into my mouth. That's not a gag, and that's not how that works, slut. I was in no mood to play, though. As soon as he did, I bit. Hard. Hey, finally! She does something defensive. Oh my god. The man in black leaped back, raising his arm as if he were going to hit me. I squeezed my eyes shut and waited for the inevitable. The strike didn't come. When I opened my eyes again, he was undoing his belt. Oh god, what's he going to do? He's gonna put the belt in her mouth so she shuts up, right? I thought. I started to crawl back along the couch, kicking with my feet to give me purchase on the floor. He continued pulling the leather belt out of the lid in his pants with one fluid motion. Then he took off his jacket, hanging it on the backrest of one of the seats next to him. If he spanks her with the belt, is that a worse or less worse ripoff of 50 Shades, or does it just make him more of a monster? He was furious. His eyes flared with anger and his jaw working rhythmically. So, coin flip, chat. Do we think he's going to beat her with the belt or gag her with the belt? Massimo, please don't, I stammered. Get up, he ordered coolly. When I didn't react, he burst out, "Get your ass up. I'm going with beating her." Terrified, I jumped to my feet. He stepped towards me, pinched my chin between his fingers, and lifted it so I had to look him in the eyes. "You'll choose your punishment now, Laura. I warned you not to resist. Now give me your hands." Oh, this is great. Still staring into his eyes, I did as he asked. He grabbed both my wrists and deftly tied them with the leather belt. Okay, that wasn't on my bingo card. He is indeed Pooh. Deacon is entirely correct. All of the above. Good option. Really trying not to overdo it with the wine, really wanting to. Like I said, 2 more options for chugging are available this evening. Wow, I just saw a future line and wish I hadn't. Either way, I'm gonna die. I'm really about to die. I needed to excuse myself to throw up the things I didn't eat. You know what? I'm starting to think I just shouldn't eat on Saturdays because then I have nothing to throw up. Then he sat me down and fastened our safety belts. A while later, I realized the plane was already taxiing. It took me a second, but I think that is actually spelled correctly. It's just one of those really weird words. Massimo sat opposite and sat opposite and glared at me, still boiling with fury. "So you don't have to think too hard. I'll tell you what your choices are," he said slowly, keeping his voice cool. "Each time you hit me in the face, you show a lack of respect." "You've kidnapped her, you sick son of a bitch!" "It's insulting, Laura. Therefore, I'll make you feel what I feel." Why do I think that's not going to be the case? "You choose now. Either you suck me off, or let me pleasure you with my tongue." So that whole "I'm not going to do sex to you until you give me consent" thing, why did he even say that? Is it so I can have something to yell about? Why did he say it? Like, seriously, why? If he kept his hands off her for like 6 months, then I understand, but he hasn't. It's been like a day and a half, and he's literally demanding sex. He's just asking her whether she wants to give or receive. That's the only choice here. She's going to go down on him because of all the cock worshipping she did earlier, right? That's what's going to happen, and I'm going to die. Deacon, you are a smarter person than me, because jetting is a good idea and listening to some music. I will be doing that later. Thank you for the love. Yes, this all is poo. Curious to me is that a woman wrote this and knows know their husbands get spanked. Hell yes. Hell yes. Do you know how many men I've spanked and they love it? I mean, some of them don't know how much they love it until I do it properly. It's such a good submissive once, but then he had to be a whiny little fucking bitch. And I don't tolerate whiny little bitches. He ruined the best sex he never had. We never had sex. But, you know, I knew what he liked, to steal that line. And how did he like it? The problem is, he was a BDSM closet case, married to a stuck-up, prudish little bitch who didn't approve of his predilections, even though she'd quote-unquote caught him with mistresses. Not that he ever slept with them. He never cheated on her in terms of sex. He just liked to get spanked and beat. That's all he liked, and it got him off, and he had a high-stress job. He was one of those guys. And she didn't approve because she was strictly religious, even though he wasn't. To which I'm like, why the fuck did you get married? Why do you stay married? And he's like, well, I want her, and she'll leave me if she finds out that I'm cheating with a mistress. Again, I'm like, she didn't leave you the first 7 times, you fucking moron. She's not going anywhere. So tell her to shut the fuck up. Be glad she doesn't have to do it. You're not technically cheating, and welcome to being an adult. But no, he had to be a whiny little bitch and tell me, oh, you spanked me too hard, even though I totally had permission. I checked in several times to make sure I wasn't going too hard, and he was loving it. He was like, oh, I had bruises. I had to wear pajamas, and she knows I usually seem naked. Now she's like suspicious. Yeah, because you're a fucking child. Because you're a fucking child. You can't tell your wife, I require this to function in life. You can't do it, so I'm going to someone who can. You're obviously not going anywhere, so shut the fuck up and be glad you're in a marriage that actually works. We have a good public appearance. We have good jobs, a house, kids. It all works. You just get to turn a blind eye once a week because I'm sure there's things I turn a blind eye about you. Most people are incapable of having grown-up relationships. But that was the end of him. Never make your problems my problems. The plane took off and shot upward, and I fainted. Well, I guess that's how you get out of that scene. When I came to, I was lying on the couch, but my hands were still tied. The man in black sitting in his seat, his legs crossed, his eyes trained on me, playing with a glass of champagne. So, he asked impassively, what'll it be? Yeah, I didn't think that got her out of it, so why did we do that? I opened my eyes wide and sat up, staring at him all the time. You're joking, right? I asked, swallowing nervously, and I was loud, so now there's a puppy on my legs. He's going, Mommy, you need me. Your voice did the thing. That means you need a puppy. No, you're not getting belly. Stop being that. I'll rub your belly in bed later. Come on, up. All right, I'm going back to the book, puppy. Look, I'm going back to the book and not looking at the puppy. Not looking at the puppy. You ready to come up now? Okay, I'm ignoring you. 3, 2, 1. Yeah. You want up now? Come on. No. Bo, you are on my last nerve. Stop being precious. Up. Come on. Up now. Up. Come on. Come on. You can do it. Come on. That's it. Up. There we go. There we go. There's a puppy. Oh, I love you. Yes, Mom loves you. I love 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 you. Oh, I love you. I love you. I love you. Oh, I love you so much. He's mostly upset he can't lick my face right now because he knows not to lick when I have makeup on. But you can lick later, I promise. I promise you'll get to lick. I promise. Yes, because you're a very good boy. Oh, no. Lay down. Do as you're told. Lay down. Good boy. There we go. See? Belly. See? You get belly. See? Yes, you get your belly rubbed, good boy. Yes, you do. Yes, you do, good boy. Yeah. You get your belly rubbed, pretty baby. Yeah. You're so warm. Oh, you're so warm. You're so warm. Can I cuddle you forever? You're so warm. Look at how warm you are. Oh, and you can lick my arm. See, he's found a cheat code. Puppy has found a cheat code. And he's sleepy. Yeah. Sleepy dog. Oh, so cute. Oh, so cute. So adorable. I love you so much. Yes, I do. My lipstick's on his ear. Oh, look at the cuteness. Look at the cuteness. Look how cute he is. Look how cute he is. He's so cute. Yes, he's so cute. Oh, he's so cute. And I love you so much. 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 Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Okay. Okay, thank you. Thank you for all the licking. You're a very good boy. Now, you, I'm going to go lay on your pillow, okay? Go lay on your pillow. And thank you for being a good boy. You're a very, very, very good boy. And I ordered you some treats. So, yeah. Say bye-bye. Bye-bye. Good boy. But yes, he has now figured out he can lick my hand or my arm when he can't lick my face because I have makeup on. Because he's a smarter puppy than he lets on. He can be quite the smart little puppy when it comes to getting what he wants. Other subjects, not so much. You're joking, right? I asked, swallowing nervously. Do I look like I'm joking? Do you think hitting me in the face is a joke? No, but I think you are. He leaned closer. We've got an hour in this plane ahead of us, Laura, and you will have your punishment before we land. I'm nothing if not fair. At least I let you choose. Find something sharp and stab him to death. You're wearing heels, right? Those'll do. He squinted at me, licking his lips. My patience will run out. Soon. And then I'll do the same thing you did. Which is whatever I want. No, the same thing she did would be to slap her across the face. I'll make you that deal. I'll suck you off, I said numbly. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. The book is gonna be the death of me. I'm gonna die. Now I'm glad I didn't eat. Will you untie me, or do you simply want to fuck me in the mouth? I asked, my voice growing hoarse. Which is worse? Putting in the effort, or just being used as a prop? It's the effort. It's definitely the effort. Oh, that owl's around again. Heard it a couple times this week, but I thought it might have moved. Nope, it's definitely around. I haven't heard it in a couple days, but yeah, it's still here. I could not show him that I was afraid. Well, it would require you being afraid. You're too stupid for that, so. I knew it would only spur him on. He was like a predator on the prowl. When he smelled blood, he pounced. None of that is true. I thought as much, he said, getting up and unzipping his pants. I will not untie you. You'd probably do something stupid then. And I'd have to come up with another punishment. As he approached me, I closed my eyes. Let it happen. I wanted it to be over. Instead of his prick on my face, I felt him lifting me. I opened my eyes. The corridor was getting narrower in this part of the plane. She established the plane is this big. Where the hell are they going? Massimo had to turn sideways to squeeze us through. We entered a dark room with a bed in the middle. Okay, author cannot do physics or space. The man in black slowly lowered me onto the soft sheets. He left me there and disappeared into the small adjoining room. When he returned, he had a black bathrobe belt in his hand. I watched his movements. Despite my fear, I realized that what I was about to do wouldn't exactly be unpleasant. It might not be a punishment after all. While walking down the corridor, did he hit her head off something very hard? Like, seriously, I'm not drunk enough. Massimo untied the belt around my wrist, then he rolled me over and tied the soft bathrobe belt in its place. When he was finished, he rolled me onto my back again. I couldn't move my hands an inch, so now he just tied her hands behind her back instead. Okay. He reached to the nightstand and picked up a sleeping mask. Here we go. I'd been using one just like that back in Warsaw to sleep through the morning. He leaned over and put it over my eyes. The only thing I could see now was the silk fabric. You don't have any idea how many things I'd like to do to you now, baby girl. I'm playing with fire. We're playing with fire. We're playing with fire. A lot. And that was the phrase. That was the phrase I wanted to burn before that I forgot about. But now I found it, and therefore we're going to play with fire. I'm only 2 pages ahead, so we get double fire. Because this book is going to pay for what it's about to put me through. So 3, 2, 1, go. Ah! Ah! I'm okay. It didn't burn my wrist that much. out. Go out. Smother. Okay, this book is not made out of flash paper, but it is still extremely flammable. It just burned through like 4 pages. I barely touched it. And ow, it did get my wrist, damn it. Oh well, my fault. And the other one's way down here where I'm going to have to strategically hold this. Okay, I only burned it once. It caught fire the second time of its own volition. So look how much smoke is coming off this, seriously. What is this made out of? Brimstone? I barely touched it with the fire. And yet, we're going to have to smother it down again. And I'm getting filthy. It's a little smoky. Okay, I didn't mean to do that. I barely touched it, I swear. What's more flammable than being written on flash paper? I kept still, disoriented. I didn't know where exactly he was, or what he was doing. I licked my lips nervously, getting ready for his manhood. I refused to call it that, ever. Suddenly I felt him unzipping my pants. What are you doing? I asked, trying to squirm out of the mask. Don't you just need my mouth for what you're about to do? Massimo laughed wryly, but he didn't stop undressing me. Pleasuring me wouldn't be any kind of punishment for you. I could write 19 pages right now on why that's so much bullshit. He whispered, I know you've been wanting to do it since morning, but if I do it to you, without your control, we'll be square. He tore my pants off abruptly. The word rapist isn't strong enough. I need a better word. I lay still, squeezing my legs together as hard as I could. I knew I wouldn't be able to resist him if he really wanted to go on with his plan. Please, Massimo, don't do it. I asked you not to hit me. He trailed off, and I felt the mattress sagging under his weight. I had no idea what was happening. I could only listen. I felt his breath on my cheek, and then he gently bit my earlobe. Don't be afraid, baby girl. I'm burning this entire chapter. He said, pushing his hand between my legs. I'll be gentle, I promise. I squeezed my legs together even harder, whining softly with fear. Shush, he whispered. I will part your legs now and start with just one finger. Relax. I am going to die. I knew he'd do as he said, whether I wanted it or not, so I relaxed. Good, now spread those legs wide for me. I did as I was told. You'll be a good girl and do what I say from now on. I don't want to hurt you. As soon as I'm done the other side of this page, I'm ripping it out and burning the whole thing. Delicately, he started to kiss me on the lips while his hand slid down, and his other hand He held my head, deepening the kiss. I yielded, and an instant later our tongues were dancing quicker and quicker. I wanted him. My lips were growing greedier. Calm down, baby, not so fast. Remember, this is supposed to be punishment. He breathed in my ear as his hand reached the lace fabric of my panties. I love how your skin feels in that lace. Now be still and don't move. Matsumo's fingers slipped into the most intimate spot of my body. Slowly, with his lips right next to my ear, he explored the inside of my thighs, gently stroking them with 2 fingers, teasing me. He rubbed my lips down there and finally slid inside. I felt his touch so wonderful. My back arched. I moaned in ecstasy. Don't move and be silent. Gee, who is that fucking like? Don't move and be quiet. Could we have cribbed Christian Grey any harder? Wow, do I need a lot more booze? All of the booze and some weed, which I can't smoke on YouTube, but wow, do I really want to? This still smells like it's burning, by the way. And I definitely... Fuck, I really did burn my wrist. Fuck. That is not my fault. An ember fell on me, and now I have a tiny little burn that really hurts. What is it with burns? It's this big. It's this, like, microscopic big. It's, like, not even a quarter of a dime, but it fucking hurts. I didn't, Seth Hill, I didn't mean to, okay? I didn't mean to do it. The book, it caught fire on itself, okay? I burned it down here, and then it caught up here. I didn't mean to do it. But I really want to get some ice. I don't have any, but... Don't move and be silent. Don't make a sound. You understand? I nodded quickly. His fingers sank deeper until it was all the way in. I clenched my teeth, trying to remain silent. When he started to move subtly and sensually inside me, his middle finger slid in and out while his thumb softly fondled my clit. I felt his weight subsiding and then shifting downward, and I stopped breathing. His fingers didn't stop. He reached his destination. Suddenly, he slipped his fingers out, making me wince, and then I felt his breath through the lace of my panties. I've dreamed about this. It would be dreamt, not dreamed, because I can grammar better than this book, and I'm dyslexic as fuck. I've dreamed about it since I first saw you. I want you to talk to me when I start. Tell me if I'm doing good. Direct me. I want to give you ecstasy. Can his head just explode now, please? He breathed, pulling my thong down my legs. On instinct, I brought my legs together, embarrassed, spread them wide for me. I want to see. That's when I realized why he had given me the mask. He wanted me to feel more comfortable during our first intercourse. Guy who said, I'm not going to have sex with you until you give consent. Does this sound like consent? Because it's not. If you think it is, please check into your nearest I am a sex offender facility. It made me feel like I was seeing less than he. It made me feel like he was seeing less than he actually was. That's not how blindfolds work. I know that from both perspectives. It's a bit like, oh God, you did not have to say this. It's a bit like with children who close their eyes when they're afraid, thinking that if they can't see, they can't be seen either. Part of my soul just left my body. Taking a minute because I'm dying. Absolutely fucking dying, and I can't smoke weed. Also, ow. Come on, girlie, get it together. Get it together. Come on. Get it together. Get it together. Trinity, get up. Yeah, there's that too. I got that too. Extremely much. Salut. Mm. Ugh. Now my glass is empty, and that's sad. And there's still ashes on my dress. Yeah, it's not that bad. It's just irritating. You know how tiny burns can be really irritating? They're not bad, they're just annoying. I mean, like, they hurt, but I didn't actually set my arm on fire, just a piece fell on me. So, cautionary tale, don't let pieces of burning book fall on your skin. I was trying to avoid the infantilizing in this book, but now it's just been violently shoved in all our faces. I slowly did as he told me and heard him inhaling deeply. He spread my legs wider, piercing me with his gaze. You can't see, you dumbass. Sinking deeper into my most intimate, secretive places. Lick me, I moaned, unable to keep quiet anymore. Please, Don Massimo. Also, sometimes the word Don is capitalized and sometimes it's not. It should be. I know enough to know that. It definitely should be always because it is a title. Like knight or king, it's up there, so it should be capitalized always. And yet, sometimes it's not. Hearing that, he started steadily rubbing my clit with his thumb. You're patient. You like to be punished. Again, if this is prearranged sexual scenarios, that's why he knows. Otherwise, holy fucking shit. I'm not gonna throw up, I'm not gonna throw up, not gonna throw up, even though it's right here. Literally right here. And all I want to do is put that entire box of wine in my mouth and go to bed. We're fine. Really, we're totally fine. I think it's like some ash just went down my throat or something. He leaned down and sank his tongue into my snatch, his movements dynamic. I wanted to grab him by the hair, but my hands were tied behind my back. With the fingers of one hand, he spread the lips of my pussy, wanting to reach my most sensitive spots. I want you to come. Again, we're now spelling come the wrong way, even though we spelled it right correctly. This was both. Maybe we should keep a tally on that. So far, it's 2-1 against. And I want to torture you with more orgasms until you beg me to stop, but I won't stop. I need to punish you, Laura. This is the most fucked up, like, disconnected punishment scene ever. He ripped the sleeping mask off my face. I want you to look at me. I want to see your face as you come again and again. Now it's 3-1 against. He pushed himself up and slipped a pillow beneath my head. You need to see everything clearly, he said. Between my legs, Massimo was at the same time sexy and terrifying. I never liked it when a man looked at me when I was orgasming. Somehow it felt too intimate. This time I had no choice. You think they weren't looking at you and someone... Stupid bitch. He swooped in again, his lips caressing my clit, and 2 of his fingers impaled me, my eyes closed, feeling myself on the very brink of rapture. Harder, I whispered. His fingers kept stroking expertly while his tongue never stopped. Something in another language. Kurwa space MAC with a right-facing accent aigu. I shouted in my native tongue as I came for the first time. The orgasm, long and strong, overwhelming, my body was taut like a string, trapped by what Massimo was doing. When I felt the orgasm subside, he rushed at my extended, tender, and sensitive clit again, almost painfully. I clenched my teeth until they grated, squirming, impaled by his 2 fingers. I'm sorry, I cried after the next wave of painful bliss overcame me. The man in black slowly relented, let my body cool down softly, kissed and stroked all the places that were hurting now. My hips collapsed into the mattress when he was finished. As I lay still, he slipped his hand beneath me and loosened the strap around my wrist so I could slide my hands free. I opened my eyes and looked at him. Slowly, he pushed himself up, reaching for the nightstand and had fished out a box of wet wipes. Gently, he wiped the spots he had been attacking with such brutality just a few minutes ago. Apology accepted, he said, and disappeared back into the main compartment, so he just leaves her there. Wow. I, 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 I don't even need a weapon. I'm just going to break his neck at this point. I kept still for a moment longer, analyzing everything, but I couldn't believe what had just happened. I only knew one thing. I was so calm now, and so sore, as if I had been fucking him for hours. When I returned, Massimo was sitting in his seat, biting his upper lip. He turned his head, sending me a look. My lips smell of your pussy now. Suddenly I'm not so sure if you were the one punished. Slit his throat. Slowly. I sat down opposite him, seemingly unmoved by what he'd said. So what are our plans for today? I asked coolly, snatching the champagne glass from his hand. You're getting adorably insolent. He smirked and poured himself another glass. I can see the size of the plane stop bothering you. I swallowed a sip of champagne with difficulty. I did forget about my fear, yet you're being more afraid of something else. That's how that works. Getting to know its interior changed my perspective. So what's the plan? You'll learn in time. I'll do some business. You'll get to play the mobster's girl. Does that not sound like an act? Like, am I the only one? Am I insane? Sethail, do I really need the tinfoil hat? Because seriously, I trust you, and I trust your dragon. So if you tell me to fashion a tinfoil hat, which I'm perfectly capable of doing, if you tell me to fashion a tinfoil hat for next week, there will be a tinfoil hat next week. I am a girl of my word. Also, I really like that scene in Signs when Mel Gibson comes home and the 3 of them are wearing tinfoil hats on the couch. It's one of the funniest moments in movies, and no matter what you think of that movie, that's a goddamn funny moment. And the fact that it's played silently and straight is perfect. But I defend Signs because I understand Signs. Like, I'm sorry, but some people are stupid and they don't get it, but I get it. It's got a backstory in there you gotta look for. It's like Anaconda. Anaconda is a much worse movie. And now they made a comedy remake of it for reasons of nobody asked for this. Also, ow, my fucking wrist. I really am gonna have to do something about that. I don't have anything handy to put on it though. Ow. But we've only got like 50 minutes left. I'll take care of it. Mm. Owl. There's Owl. There's Owl again. Ow. I think I still have some burn cream somewhere. I have a first aid kit with like everything. Yeah, that apple, the owl, it's calling for its mate. It's doing like the long hoot, or it's calling out. I don't know. Is it the males or the females that do that? Because it's definitely like searching for a mate. It's calling out, "Hi, it's a puppy who is sleeping." You heard the owl. See, because now our dearly departed kitty spent several years convincing him that the owl that tends to roost around here is going to take him away and or eat him, or just steal him, or whatever. So now when he hears the owl, he's afraid and goes, "Mummy, help me, hide me from the owl. It's going to get me." It's not going to get you, I promise. I promise it's not going to get you. Yeah, he doesn't believe me because I don't have fur. All right, lay down on your pillow. Yep, lay down on your pillow, good boy. That's a good boy. I promise the owl's not going to get you. I promise. He's not even pretending to believe me. Play the mobster's girl, he said, boyish amusement illuminating his face. When we landed, a pair of black SUVs and a whole security team was already waiting for us. One of the men opened the door for me, then shut it as I made myself comfortable in my seat. Each time I saw those cars, I thought it was a little bit magic, the way they moved all that stuff from place to place. How did those guys in those cars manage to keep pace with Massimo? What broke my chaotic reverie, probably fueled by all those orgasms, were the words of my oppressor uttered into my ear. Is he really oppressing you? Because I don't think he is. I think you're just a stupid slut and you arranged all of this. Oh, and since it is 3/4 off, last chance to make me chug or to sponsor a duck. Handcuffs are off the table for tonight because you wouldn't get your money's worth, and I'm not a cheat. So, last chance to make a girl chug for $50. Bras off the table because again, you wouldn't get your money's worth. So for $50, I will chug another glass of wine, or for $10, you can sponsor any of these beautiful ducks. Please specify which one. And then you get to name it, and it's added to our pantheon, and we'll live in immortality. And isn't that awesome? Okay, so there's my third shameless plug of the evening, because I said I would do 3, and I'm trying to be a woman of my word, even to myself. But yeah, we're definitely keeping the chugging can now be done 3 times per evening rule going forward. That's definitely canon while we're reading these books. 3 chugs per book club are available. Not required, but available. I'd like to be inside you, he whispered. His hot breath paradoxically chilled me to the bone. The author did not write that line. I can promise you right now, it's way too smart. She didn't write that line. Seriously, that owl is putting in work. We were told it's the horned owl's mating season, and somebody trying to mate. Deep and brutal. I'd like to feel your wet snatch close around my cock. Can we stop using the word snatch? I really do hate that word. I genuinely do. Like, I actually prefer see you next Tuesday over snatch. As long as it is referencing that part of the anatomy. If you're calling me that, I'm gonna break your face. But all right, come on, up. Yes, up. Come on. Yes, come on. You are a strong puppy. Come on, you're a strong puppy. There we go. Yes. Oh, it's a puppy. Okay, lay down and be good and don't annoy me. Oh, I'm like, why is he pulling on the wire? He's not, but his foot is. Not that you should know where all of your feet are, because you're a puppy, and why would you know where all your feet are? Because you're. Thank you for letting me know Puppy muted me. He does that on purpose. I was saying add about 100 more O's, and you got it right. This owl has got lung capacity, and it can go long. All right. You settle yourself. Try not to annoy me and you can stay. Okay? At least your dinner's taken care of tonight. I don't know what I'm going to do. But you're well fed. He likes his kibble. As long as it's the right kibble. He has his standards. The words I heard woke each and every ounce of my rich imagination. Excuse me. I could feel what he was saying almost physically. Like, throw up in my mouth a little bit. Ow. Acid. I closed my eyes and tried to calm down the frantic beat of my heart. It grew a bit steadier. Suddenly Massimo's warm breath vanished and I heard him saying something to the driver. The words were unintelligible, but after a few seconds the car veered off the road and stopped. The man stepped out, leaving us completely alone. Are we going to have a second round of rape? Sit in the passenger seat in the front, Massimo said, pinning me with his cold, black stare. He didn't look like he was about to move himself, which seemed a bit strange. Why? I asked, disoriented. Massimo's face took on an expression of annoyance and his jaw clenched. I'll repeat it one last time. Move, or I'll move you myself. This is supposed to be him showing restraint by not fucking her right now after what he just... Shoot him. A lot. Again, I couldn't help it. His tone made my hackles rise. I wanted to resist, if only to see where it took us. I also knew he was pretty good at punishing me and making me do things. But was that something I was entirely against? There we go. There it fucking is. You order me around like I'm a dog. I'm no dog. Too easy. I inhaled, intending to berate him for treating me like that, but I didn't manage to say another word. Massimo pulled me out of the car by force and then threw me into the front seat. He pulled my hands back behind the backrest. Not a dog. A bitch. I had more self-restraint than this book. Also, fuck this book. I'm going to enjoy watching this burn to cinders, and I don't care if I burn the whole building down. I'm burning this entire book. It's official. Every fucking last page. I don't care how long it takes. He hissed, tying my hands with some kind of strap. So now she's tied in the front seat. Therefore, the driver's going to be okay with having a woman tied to the seat next to him, and nobody's going to notice this. Okay. Before I realized what was happening, I was sitting tied to the passenger seat, and the man in black sat behind the steering wheel. Oh, is he are they ditching the driver? What? I started to wriggle my fingers, trying to feel my way around, and discovered I was tied with the same bathrobe belt as back in the plane. You like to tie women up? I asked as he fiddled with some settings on the dashboard. It's not a question of preference in your case. He pressed the ignition button and a woman's voice from the GPS directed him as he started to drive. My back hurts, and my arms, I said after a couple of minutes. Well, I'm hurt too, but for entirely different reason. Want to compare? You're a kidnapper, murderer, and rapist. Go fuck yourself. I knew he was angry, frustrated. I couldn't tell the difference between those two feelings in him. But I had no idea what I'd done to cause this. And even if it wasn't my fault, he was taking it all out on me. More phrases in Polish. You damn stubborn egomaniac. As soon as you untie me, I'll smack you so hard you'll have to look for your teeth on the ground. I ranted, still in Polish. Massimo slowed down and stopped at the traffic light, turning to me and fixing me with a furious glare. Now repeat that in English, he growled. Well, if you're going to kidnap a Polish woman, maybe you should have a Google Translate on your phone, moron. I smiled disdainfully and spewed a whole litany of profanities in Polish, all directed at him. He didn't move, but his glare was growing more furious by the second. As the light turned green, he stepped on the accelerator. I'll get rid of your pain, or at least take your mind off it, he said, and started unbuttoning my pants with his right hand. His left hand was still on the steering wheel. This is safe. But the right one slipped under my panties. I squirmed and jerked in my seat, cursing him and begging him not to do it. But it was too late. Massimo, I'm sorry, I cried, trying to get out of his reach. I'm not in pain anymore, and what I said in Polish, I'm not interested in that anymore, he said. But if you don't pipe down, I'll have to gag you. I'd like to hear the GPS, and if you don't mind, so shut up. I'm sorry, but how is... Even the way this is supposed to be working is wrong. And that's if I take this at face value, which I don't, because it's too poorly written and stupid and disconnected. His hand slid deeper into my underwear, and I felt a wave of panic flooding me. I don't believe that. 6 ducks, just saying. You promised you wouldn't do anything against my... I felt a wave of panic flooding me at the same time. I grew completely docile and stopped resisting. She almost like those 3 missing days she was brainwashed in, like Liz in Blacklist. If you know, you know. You promised you wouldn't do anything against my wishes, I whispered, leaning back. Bit fucking late for that! Massimo's fingers irritated my clitoris, smearing it with the wetness that appeared as soon as he touched me. Speaking as a woman, if you've already had a few orgasms and your clit's really sensitive, don't fucking touch me! His touch was growing harder, and the circular motions were sending me down the abyss of his absolute power over me. I squeezed my eyes shut and reveled in the feeling he was giving me. I knew he was acting on instinct. He had to divide his attention between two things, driving and punishing me. And then they both died in a fiery car crash, because that's how that really ends. Also, I'm not admitting to what... YouTube doesn't want me to answer the rest of that sentence, but saying I've been in her position while driving on the highway, that was at least okay, no, it wasn't consensual because there were other reasons, but yeah. Let's just say a guy has done this to me while driving on the highway, and I was very afraid we were both going to die. I squirmed in my seat, rhythmically rubbing my hips against... I didn't ask him to do it. He just started doing it, and I didn't know what to do, and we were in the highway, and yeah. But I definitely thought we were both going to die. Rhythmically rubbing my hips against the leather when the car suddenly stopped. I felt his hand leaving, though he really should have kept working on it for a couple minutes more. Then my ties loosened. We're here, Massimo announced, killing the engine. Did they leave the driver on the side of the road? Because I think they did. Okay, puppy, you need to go. You need to go on your pillow. Say goodnight. Everyone say goodnight, Bo. Good night, Bo. Good night, little puppy. You're the best puppy in the history of puppies. You're awesome and everybody loves you. Tell him how good he is. He needs it. He's only 8 pounds. Yes, you're the best puppy in the history of puppies. Yes, you are. You're the best puppy in the history of puppies. Yes, you are. Squish, squish. There we go. There's my good boy. Yeah. He is really very sleepy and needs to go back to bed. Okay, better. Oh, when you lick on your skin and then blow on it, it feels like ice. It's so good. We're here, Massimo announced, killing the engine. I stared at him from half-closed eyelids. A voice in my head was screaming, raging, and cursing at him. How could he leave a woman on the cusp of ecstasy in despair like that? I didn't have to say it aloud. I knew well enough what his motivation had been. He wanted me to beg him. He wanted me to show how much I desired him, despite rebelling against anything and everything he did and said. Bull fucking shit you have, you stupid fucking slut! Usually I don't like the word slut, but she's a slut. Again, own it, I have no problem, but she's a fucking slut pretending that she's not. She's a fucking slut. That's great, I replied, rubbing my wrists. They hurt so much I nearly went mad. From a silk bathrobe tie? What are you, made of glass? Shut the fuck up. I'm so over her. She's despicable. I think I hate her more than him. I hope whatever was hurting you has stopped, I called provocatively, shrugging at the same time. You can't do both those things, idiot. Here it was, that big red button in his head again. The man in black shot out with an arm, pulling me over himself, so I sat astride him with my back to the steering wheel. There's not that much room in any car. He grabbed me by the back of my neck and pressed my snatch against his hard cock. They're going to keep using that word, aren't they? It may have to go on the burn list. I moaned, feeling him rubbing against my sensitive clit. What hurt me, he hissed, his fury threatening to boil over, is that I haven't come in your mouth yet once. It's now 4-1 on cum, 4-1. His hips were undulating lazily. That moment, the pressure of his penis made me breathless. And you won't for a long, long time yet, I whispered, my mouth close to his. I licked his lower lip. I'm beginning to enjoy the game you're making me play, I added cheerfully. Yeah, no. Yeah, fucking no. There's no way. Okay. I'm updating the burn list. I did have baby girl on the burn list! Damn it! I need to have this in front of my face! Okay, what did I say I was adding? Okay. We do have the cum versus proper spelling tally, which is at 4-1 right now. What did I say I was putting on the burn list? No, I got it. I got it. I got it. We're good. There's going to be a lot of fire in this book. Let's just call it pre-gaming for when I eventually burn the whole thing. That's how we are. We burn little sections as we go. It's less potential conflagration later. We can call that. We can make that work, can't we? He froze, watching me closely, looking for answers to questions yet unasked. I don't know how long we spent there looking at each other, but our silent battle was interrupted by knocking on the window. Asima lowered the glass, revealing the not-too-surprised face of Dominic. Excuse me. That guy certainly looks like he's seen everything, I thought. He said a couple of sentences in Italian, ignoring our position, and Massimo shook his head quickly. I had no idea what they were talking about, but it was clear the man in black wanted to have nothing to do with what Dominic was suggesting. When they finished, Massimo opened the door and stepped out. Keeping his hold on me, that's a hell of a maneuver. We headed towards the hotel he had parked the car next to. I was still clutching him, my legs around his hips. Yeah, if you walk into a hotel carrying a woman like this, nobody's going to look at you, seriously. I could feel the surprised stares of other guests as we passed them without a word. Massimo keeping a poker face. I'm not paralyzed or anything, I said, raising my eyebrows and shaking my head slightly. I hope not, but there's a few reasons why I won't let you go. At least two I can think of off the bat. Seriously, if you walk up to the reception in a fancy hotel and you're wearing a woman, I think you're gonna have some problems, dumbass. Even Richard Gere knew that. We passed the reception desk and entered the elevator where Massimo propped me against the wall. Our lips touched. The first one is that my erect cock is about to rip through my pants, and the second is that yours have a wet stain on them, and the only things that could cover that up were my hands and your hips. Or you could have given her your jacket to wear around her waist. I bit my lip hearing this. He was making sense. No, he's not. No, he's not. The bell in the elevator signaled we'd reached our floor. Having taken a few steps outside, Massimo used the card he had gotten from Dominic to open the door to our monumental apartment. He put me down. Bo, come on, go lay on your pillow. Yes, I love you, baby dog. Of course I love you. Your mommy's good boy and I love you. I just can't pick you up again, okay? We only 20 minutes left, so you lay there and be a good dog, okay? Yes, you be a good dog, okay? Yes, you're a good dog. Yes, I love you the best out of all the dogs, okay? Yes, you're a good boy. I love you. Curl up, go to sleep. It's okay. Yes, it's okay. It's okay. Mommy loves you. Yes, I love you. His tail's going. He's okay. He's such a precious baby sometimes. I'd like to take a shower now, I said, looking around for my bags. Everything you need is in the bathroom. I need to go out and deal with a few things, he said, putting his cell phone to his ear and vanishing into the cavernous living room. So he liked the word cavernous in this book. Got it. I took a shower and applied a hefty dose of vanilla lotion, which I found in the bathroom cabinet. I left the bathroom and walked through the apartment, finally finding what I was looking for. A bottle of my favorite bubbly beverage. Yeah, because let's be drunk as much as possible. I helped myself to a glass, and then another, and another. I watched TV, drank champagne, and wondered where my oppressor had gone. You're not coming off as horribly oppressed. Sometime later, out of boredom, I started to explore the apartment. I took up most of the hotel floor. When I reached the last door, I opened it and went in. Suddenly, I found myself in pitch darkness. My eyes had to adjust. Is this the red room? Did she find a red room? Is there going to be a red room? Because I can't. I want to, but I can't. Sit. I heard the voice I'd grown to recognize by now. I did as I was told. Resistance would be pointless. A while later, I saw Massimo in the gloom. He was drying his hair with a towel. I swallowed loudly, amazed by the view, and animated with the alcohol I had had. Massimo was standing by a giant bed supported by 4 monolithic beams. The mattress was strewn with dozens of purple, gold, and black pillows. The room was dark, classically furnished, and very luxurious. I grabbed the armrests of the armchair I was sitting in as he started to walk my way. I could not take my eyes off the penis now dangling in front of my face. I was staring, my mouth agape. He only stopped when his legs touched my knees. Massimo threw the white towel over his shoulder, grabbing its ends. When his predatory stare met my eyes, I began to pray silently. I was begging God for the strength to resist what I was seeing, what I was feeling. Okay, again, cerebellum, if you're still here, or anybody who can Google, what is the name of the thing? There is a medical disorder of some kind. I can't remember whether it's neurological, psychological, or hormonal, or a combination of all the above. I think it's all the above. There is a disorder where you're perpetually horny all the time and, therefore will do anything with anyone because of that. Think Prater Willies, but with sex instead of food. Does anybody know what this is called? Because it's been bugging me all night that I can't remember. I, mm. Okay, Slimer. Where's the end of this chapter? Yeah. Massimo was perfectly aware of his effect on me. It wasn't too hard to read then, not to mention that I was sucking on my lower lip without realizing it. It wasn't exactly helping to mask my feelings. Slowly, he reached for his prick with his right hand and started stroking it. From the base to the... Oh, God, is he going to come on her face? Because I'm done. If he comes on her face, I'm done. I mean it. I will end the night early. If that's where this is going, I'm done. Base to tip, I prayed harder. His body was flexing. The steely hard muscles of his stomach grew taut, and the penis I was doing everything in my power not to look at was growing, swelling. Authors needs to realize the penis is not a magical thing. It kind of has a finite limit in terms of size and girth and length and how it grows and works and blah blah blah. But I'm really, 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 really starting to think that the authors of said such books have no experience with penis, and that's why they don't know anything really about it. I would say that's true of E.L. James, except she has 2 children, but that doesn't mean she has any experience really with penis other than the lay back and think of England thing, which I kind of think is how her marriage must be. And that she's a desperately unsatisfied housewife, and that's why she wrote it in the first place. You know? Will you help me? Massimo asked without taking his eyes off me. Without stopping to play with what? Will you help me? Asked Massimo asked without taking his eyes off me, without stopping to play with himself. He was already doing what? She said he's stroking it. What? I won't do anything without your consent. Remember that? What did you just do? Everything we've read this entire time has been without her consent. And yes, it's sexual. I'm sorry. What the fuck? Does this dumbass fucking moron of an author think that only penis and vagina sex needs consent? Everything else you can do without consent is not rape? Is that what she thinks? Did the author have a lobotomy at some point in her life and then she wrote this? I have to pee. I have to pee. I'm going to pee. I have to pee and I'm going to pee. And I'm highlighting the slide and then I'm going to pee. And I really need another fucking drink. And I can't smoke weed until I'm offline. So I'm going to go pee. I will be right back. Please talk amongst yourselves whether this guy knows the definition of rape or not, because I don't think he does. Freaking welfare just won't be tamed. uh, oh God, he didn't even have to do anything. He didn't have to physically touch me to ignite my passion and focus my entire being on him. That magnificent cock and the thought of sucking it. I am not the straightest of females. And I have a history. So I've never had any thoughts like this, and I think they're abhorrent. But I put it out to the world of women out there. Whether you're watching live or you're watching this later, please leave in the chat or the comments, have you ever, when with someone that you cared about and loved and felt safe with, and were in an intimate sexual relationship with, maybe you're even married to them, have you ever actually wanted to suck a guy off? Ever? Have you ever actually wanted to give a blowjob, or is it just kind of an obligation thing? Thank you for your thoughts. The last clear thinking, again, clear thinking is hyphenated. Why does this book keep hyphenating things that aren't hyphenated? Because clear thinking, definitely not hyphenated. That's two different words. Stop doing that. But I'm realizing how poorly translated this is. The last clear thinking vestiges of my psyche were screaming at me now. If he got what he wanted, the game would stop holding his interest. I wouldn't feel pleased with myself for succumbing to him this fast. At this point, I was sure he would have me, sooner or later. The only question was when. My reptilian brain reminded me that the man masturbating before me was the same man who wanted to kill my family. No, not true. He didn't say he wanted to kill your family. He said he would do it if you tried to escape. Those are not the same thing. In an instant, my arousal evaporated, replaced with anger and hate. You're like 30 pages too late for that, you stupid slut. You've got to be joking, I scoffed. I'm not going to help you with anything. Besides, you've got people for everything. Why don't you ask them? I raised my eyes. Can I go now? I tried getting up from the armchair, but Massimo grabbed me by the neck and pinned me to the backrest. He leaned over and smirked. Are you sure that's what you want, Laura? Let me go, for fuck's sake, I hissed. He did just that and walked away towards the bed. Also, he lets her go when she says. Almost like there are unwritten rules going on here. So, yeah, I may add a tinfoil hat, or at least tinfoil accoutrements to my hair, but I'm not so sure I'm wrong. I got up and grabbed the door handle, wanting to leave this room right then before my thoughts started to focus on things I didn't want to think about. The door closed. The man in black picked up his phone from the nightstand, dialed a number, and said something before hanging up. Come here, he ordered. Let me out. I want to leave. I was pulling at the handle, screaming. Massimo swung the towel to the bed and was standing with his arms hanging loose, fixating me with his icy gaze. Come over here, Laura. I won't repeat myself. What the fuck are we... Like, I swear, there's entire scenes, like, cut out of this. It's so... I don't even have words. I leaned against the door, intending to follow none of his orders. Massimo let out a deep roar that charged at me. let out a deep roar and charged at me. I squeezed my eyes shut, fearing what was going to happen. Then I felt my body being lifted and hitting the bed an instant later. This is the most self-contradictory in the same page thing I've ever read. I'm getting whiplash over here. Uh, it's really starting to burn. The man in black muttered something in Italian under his breath. When I felt myself sink between the pillows, I opened my eyes only to see Massimo looming over me again. He grabbed my right hand and handcuffed it. Now I have handcuffs. Okay. To one of the four pillars of the bed. Then he went for the left one, but I managed to squirm free and hit him first. He clenched his teeth before letting out a furious bellow. I knew I crossed a line there. He clutched my wrist again, painfully hard, and pulled my arm toward the handcuff affixed to the other pillar, all the while pinning my body to the mattress. I'll do what I want with you, he growled, sneering. What's this, like 10 lines after he said I'm not going to do anything without your consent and there's a puppy? I know you heard my voice a thing, and I know you know Mommy's in pain, and he's trained to feel that. Mommy's okay, I promise. I'm gonna get some ice and some burn cream in a minute, okay? Okay? I've only got like 10 more minutes. It's okay. You're a very good dog. Everyone tell him he's a good dog. If we have any survivors left in the chat, tell him he's a good dog, please, because he needs to know that he's a good dog. He's doing all the good dog things, and he's a very, very good boy. Mommy loves him very much, and chat loves him very much. Because he's all of the good boy. Yes, you are. Yes, you are always a good boy. Yes, you're a good boy. Okay, lay down. Yes, that's Mommy's good boy. Good boy. Good listening. He may also be trying to convince me I forgot to feed him dinner, but I'm very sure that I fed him dinner because he ate all of it. But, you know, he's a puppy. He's got to try for that second dinner. Okay, this is about to get very violent, so I'm about to stop. I kicked out, thrashing on the bed until he sat astride my legs, his back turned to me. He drew out a short tube. I had no idea what it was. I only wanted him to finally get off me. But then he fastened two soft collars sticking from both ends of the tube around my ankles, reaching to the third pillar. It's a spreader bar, but apparently author doesn't know the word spreader bar. And you could not... Let's read that again. He fastened two soft collars sticking from both ends of the tube around my ankles. That's definitely some translation error bullshit. From behind it, he pulled out a chain, fixing it to the collar wrapped around my right ankle. It's a cuff, not a collar. Like, am I going to have to edit this as I read? Because I don't want to. He repeated the operation with my left ankle. Finally, Massimo stood up, admiring his work. Also, this is an exact copy of one of the 50 Shades early sex scenes. Like, literally, is this book literally she was reading 50 Shades and just writing this garbage that is somehow worse and yet exactly the same alongside it because it looks like it. It feels like it. There's like a 20-page difference because 50 Shades had a lot more crap, but it's pretty much the same pace, same order of events. Somebody has to have side-by-sided this. If you come across that video on YouTube or anywhere on the internet where somebody side-by-side, scene for scene, line for line, compares this garbage to 50 Shades, which is also garbage, but just to see how much this stole from that in the immediacy, please give me the link. I will love you so much. So yeah, I'm going to find a place to stop, and then we're going to play the Bryn video one more time, and then I'm going to say goodnight. Did I screen share up? I did. Thank God I'm sometimes smart. Admiring his work. He had a satisfied smirk on his face and was clearly aroused by the whole situation. I, on the other hand, was disoriented and dazed. I jerked my legs, but the tube to which they were cuffed. Now you know the word cuffed, bitch. Now you know the word cuffed. Fuck you. Fuck this author so goddamn hard. She's so stupid. She has to have an IQ like -50. Only elongated in response, locking them stiffly in place. Massimo bit his lower lip. Like, literally, he's doing the Anastasia things. It's if you switched roles. That's all it is. It's like if you gender swapped. Excuse me. I was hoping you would do that. This is a telescopic bar. It can elongate, but will not shorten unless you know where to push. It's the Chinese finger traps of spreader bars. Part of me wants one. A lot. But that's because I have double jointed tips and my legs can still spread about 6 inches. Why did I say 6 inches? 6 feet. And so most spreader bars are only 3, so they're useless and annoying and get in the way. And yeah, I'm drawing a line there. I'm done. I'm done. I'm going to play the burn video again. I'm going to put burn cream on my wrist where it's burned. And then we're saying goodnight. We got really close to page count. Really close. So I am going to... Where am I putting this? Why am I putting it in the wrong place? Because it goes over here. Oh, wait. I should put the... God damn it. Okay, we're still in the midst of chapter 6. It's got like 10 more pages. It's a long chapter. Alright. Bookmark secured. Holy line of demarcation drawn. Recovered bookmarks. Book in place. We shall now play the burn video again because I'd like to do it twice for anyone who wasn't here the first time. Also, I think it's one of the best ones I've ever done. If anyone would like to sponsor a last-minute duck, this is your last chance. I will be drinking while this plays, and then we will say goodnight. Thank you all for being here. I especially mean that tonight. Please enjoy this second viewing of our lovely burn video that I did work actually very hard on. So I hope you enjoy. Thank you, everyone. This beautiful woman has consented to be mine in every way, again. My cock and I rejoice. She stares greedily at my dick. Stop now. This subject is closed. We're not discussing it anymore. I'm ready to rip someone limb from limb. Can't lock her up. One of us has to be in charge, for fuck's sakes. I'll have to make her reason. She won't obey, and that's pissed me off. Big time. I want her happy, and I want to protect her. But how can I do that if she's not willing to obey me? Maybe I could fuck Anna into agreeing. Why does she defy me? I love making Anna scream. What will you do to me? Whatever I want. She's helpless, completely at my mercy. I'm done with this party. I want to be alone with my wife. Let's go. I don't want to share you with all these people anymore. My cock approves. Big time. You are mine. She's mine. Really mine. What the hell do you think you're doing? fucking hell, I specifically asked you not to do this. I'm so fucking mad. Please don't be mad at me. Would you like a drink? Do I need one? Do you? Depends. On what? If you want to hurt me. A punishment, fuck. You can do anything you want to me. These can be quite painful. I want this. Big time. We're going to need a safe word. Stop won't be enough. You will say that, but you won't mean it. She's breathless now, trying to move. She can't. She's mine, and I don't stop. I love it when she begs. I slam into her and she screams, pulling against the cuffs. I know she's helpless and I take full advantage. Why do you defy me, Anna? How can I keep her safe when I can't even keep her safe from me? I'm going to take you to the boathouse and finally spank you in there if you don't snap out of this mood. Charm. It all comes down to charm. Just fucking do it, I growl. Your lips are so soft when you cry, my beautiful girl. Face the wall. That way you won't know what I'm planning. She cries out as I keep rocking into her, taking her, consuming her, owning her. I want your world to begin and end with me. I also want everyone to know you're mine. I just want some resistance in bed. You can do anything you want to me. I'm so mad at my wife. I am crazy. Crazy for my fucking wife who cannot be trusted to do as she says. I want to punish Anna for not doing as she's told. Paddle, flogger, cane, belt. You're still mad. No, Anna, I'm way beyond mad. I want to punish you, really beat the shit out of you. Maybe I will. I'm still fucking mad at you. Don't be mad at me. All because you can't follow a simple fucking request. I'm still fucking mad at you. You can do anything you want to me. A punishment, fuck. I'm yours. I will always be yours. Husband of mine. Mine. Yours. She might as well be sucking my dick. I'm a fucking asshole. I know she doesn't want me to touch her. Your lips are always so soft when you've been crying. Christian, I never promised to obey you. She sighs and resigns herself to her fate. How could you be so stupid? Don't touch me. She's a woman to tame, a dom's wet dream. Don't even think about it, Gray. You're my wife. If you touch me, I'll scream. No one would hear you. Will you do as you're told for once? She's still here, in spite of all that I've done. And on that very lovely copyright-free link in the description, because it is does have an actual, like, you know, it is from the YouTube free to use studio, but it had a like, please credit this. So I did. It's in the description. Please credit the artist. They're awesome. And thank you for their support on that burn video, which I genuinely think is the best one I've ever done, though it's definitely going to beat by the one I'm going to do for this because I may add fireworks or things that explode. Because I know how to play with such things in a relatively safe manner, and it's very hard to blow up a steel bathtub. But we will see where that comes when we get to the end of this book, inevitably, which we will do because we're now on page 105 out of... I didn't even look. How long is this actually? Like without any epilogue or bullshit. 325. So we've got 220 left to go in this one, and then there's 2 more. But then we will be moving on to better things, believe me. I am changing the format of book club after this book and the next 2 because I finished what I start. There will be some significant changes. Not that we are not reading erotica, we will still read erotica, but there will be some changes. But you got to be here to find out what they are. And so that is going to do it for this lovely Catterday evening. If you don't know what Catterday is, I feel sorry for you. I miss having kitties so much. I need all the fur balls. I need furry kitties and fat kitties and fluffy kitties. And fluffy fat kitties are the best. The ones that like their belly rubbed and then they purr all the time and just snuggle. I've only had one one, maybe two really, really, really snuggly kitties. And they are the best things God has ever created. Is the big, fat, fluffy, furry, snuggly cat. There's nothing better. There's nothing better. So, wishing you all a big, fat, furry, fluffy kitty. I hope everyone had a good time. Thank you all so much for being here. Thank you for your support. Thank you for the ducks. We didn't get any new ducks, but hey, that's okay. We got these ducks. They were happy to witness. We got 6 ducks waiting in the bullpen to be purchased. I'm sure they will get their chance to shine brightly, as we all will. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for supporting me. Thank you for putting up with me and listening to this dribble. You are all very, very good, excellent people and good friends. I wish you all the best over these happiest of holidays. Happy New Year, because it will be post New Year next time we're here. So Happy New Year, everyone. Enjoy it. Do things I would absolutely do and enjoy them and don't ever feel bad about it, no matter what anyone says. So have a good time, get drunk, be naughty, sleep with people for no reason. It's the best kind. Not like the book, but for the I'm alive way. Until next week, I have been Insane Lane. Love yourself and love on all of your fur babies and your dragons. Do not neglect the dragons. They deserve love too. And they have so much love to give and they're warm and cuddly. I would sleep so well on top of a dragon. It'd be so cute. But until next week, I've been Insane Lane. Bo has been Bo. He's glad you all liked him. The ducks have been ducks. And I'll see you next week. Same time, same trash garbage. Bye, everyone. Night, night. Sleep well. Read better books than this.